Hello, everyone. I'm Dan.
And I'm Austin.
And we're here to talk about games.
Again!
Yes, indeed. Welcome to part 2 of our multi-part retrospective series surrounding Xenogears. If you missed the first part, you may want to go back and watch it, as it will give you a lot of context and foundation for what we're going to be discussing today, which will be basically the main plot of the game.
Yeah. Right, and last time we discussed the development history of this incredible game, and also we covered some very robust world building that kind of went into it. And as a reminder, the understanding of this world is kind of broken down into sections and episodes within the Perfect Works, which is basically the primary source of information regarding anything Xenogears. Last time we covered Section 1, Episode 1, and much of Section 2. And today our goal is to kind of get through everything up to the end of Disc 1. Initially, we had hoped to kind of get through the whole game in one sitting, but as we began to work on it, we realized there's just way too much in here to do it justice all in one video, and it had taken us longer to get through it, and we didn't want to keep pushing it, so we cut it short a little bit and decided to get to the end of Disc 1, and believe me, there is plenty to get through, so make sure you are ready for a comfortable sit. But the main takeaway here is that we're actually going to talk about the game today. Everything was preamble to get you set up. Now we're going to get right into it. So
that's right. So without further ado, let's dive right in. So episode 5, Xenogears. We open basically in the middle of chaos in this game. From the beginning, we're shown a cutscene of a massive starship that's experiencing some sort of a crisis. We see kind of panels with warnings popping up across all of the screens, and a crew struggling with something that is going on the ship that they're trying to manage. Clearly panicking a little bit and working the problem. There are references to Omega 1, Alpha 1, Exxon replacement, and base code, as we hear a lot of technical jargon about basically something is trying to take over the ship.
Right, and if you watched our last episode, then these systems should be very familiar. Omega 1 being Deus and Alpha 1 being Kadamini.
Right. The crew initially attempts to stop this incursion through the computer system. When that fails, they attempt to use physical countermeasures instead, which also fail. We see these massive bolts being severed, but the contamination, the takeover, continues to propagate via large electric currents that jump the connection. And eventually, despite the captain and crew's best efforts, the ship is overtaken and a new course is plotted to the main planet. So left with no other recourse, the captain orders a full evacuation of the ship.
Right. Unfortunately, as we've talked about before, the ship is now completely under the control of this invading entity. Evacuation vessels are gunned down by the ship's own weapons, and meanwhile the ship itself is rapidly transforming as it begins to be taken over by enormous mechanical tendrils. And it's bad enough to the point that the captain actually initiates the self-destruct sequence over a nearby planet.
Right. And it's not 100% clear if they are within their kind of FTL drive at this point. But what we do see is the ship self-destructing, and they're basically in orbit of a nearby planet. And then we cut to a huge field of debris on this planet. And the camera kind of zooms in on a single woman standing on the beach of this planet with long purple hair. And she rises up slowly, and you can still see parts of the ship burning up in the distance, in the atmosphere of this planet. And that's where we open this game.
Right. And then we have an undisclosed amount of time that has passed from this opening sequence. So the next thing that we're introduced to is actually some text informing us that there's a war that's broken out between the nations of Aveh and Kislev that are on the continent of Ignis. The war had been going well for Kislev until a new force allied itself with Aveh. With the help of the Gebler forces, this is the allied force, Aveh is able to turn the tide of the war.
And in this context, our story truly begins. We get zoomed in on the characters we're going to be following in this game. So we're introduced to the remote border village of Lahan, where the conflict has spilled over. We see these large fighting machines called gears battling each other while the village burns around them. After that, the scene shifts as we realize we are looking at an abstract painting being worked on by our protagonist named Fei Fong Wong. Fei is an orphan with amnesia who was brought to the village by a mysterious masked man 5 years ago. The village is a peaceful place, and there is joy to be found in the upcoming marriage of two of Fei's friends, Timothy and Alice. In preparation for the event, Fei travels to the remote mountain home of Dr. Saiton Uzuki.
It's a bit of an odd encounter, to say the least, too. The conversation Fei and Saiton have begins to prompt so many questions that we won't get answers to for quite a while. And if you've watched our playthrough at all, you already know that I'm like, but what about these things at this point? And we're like one episode in. So.
Yep. There's quite a lot that happens, not the least of which is kind of a music box that starts playing with this hauntingly familiar music. But eventually, Fei gets the, I believe it's camera equipment that he needs for the wedding, and he starts to return to Lahan. But on his way back, he discovers that it's caught up in the attack that we saw in the intro of the game. So we've come full circle in just a couple of hours, and Fei rushes back to the village to defend it. And in the process of trying to help, he comes upon a mysterious black gear that he feels compelled to jump into to kind of defend his home. This is a gear called Veltal, and even though he has no training that he's aware of in operating gears, he seems to have a natural talent at fighting in it. Everything seems to be going well. He seems to be holding his own until Timothy is gunned down by the enemies he's trying to hold off. This causes what appears to be kind of a break within Fei, and he sees a vision of a younger version of himself with his hair kind of covering his eyes, and he's grinning menacingly in the gear.
Very anime. But anyway, we see Veltal erupt into like a massive explosion, and as a result, Lahan is destroyed along with most of its inhabitants, including Alice, unfortunately. And so when Fei finally comes to, he discovers the survivors of Lahan are furious with him. Understandably, they blame him for what happened in the village. And so to kind of help keep things, from escalating, Saiton suggests that Fei separate from the surviving villagers before things get worse, right? And so Fei leaves, and Saiton kind of chases down Fei soon afterward to deliver Veltal.
Right, so when Fei leaves, he begins kind of his travels in the nearby Blackmoon Forest. So Saiton has instructed him to go through the forest to a village nearby called Dazil. But while he's in the forest, kind of getting lost a little bit, trying to make his way through, he meets Ellie. Ellie was in charge of the forces that were attempting to bring Veltal back to Aveh. She confronts Fei about the events that occurred in Lahan and demands that he take responsibility. There's kind of some blame shifting back and forth with them as they kind of discover who each other is.
Right. And he was already beating himself up for what had happened, so it took very little prompting for him to kind of devolve into a spiral of self-pity. His only defense to her verbal assault actually ends up to be doubling down on the blame and calling himself a coward.
Very important. He calls himself a coward. As we'll see in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, amidst all of this, we also see that Fei somehow already knows Ellie's name. They have never met before this moment, and yet it is clear they have some kind of connection. They know each other for some reason. Eventually, Citan intercepts the two of them after they kind of make camp and try to, settle in for the evening. And he brings Veltal to defend them from a giant rancor roaming around the forest that basically Ellie runs off, she screams, and Faye is trying to help her out, kind of thing. So once Faye is done kind of dealing with the giant rancor and his gear, they set up camp for the night. And during the scene, Citan and Ellie have an interesting discussion while Faye sleeps. They speak on matters regarding Ellie's homeland, and they refer to lambs. And they even speak in another language that we can't understand, but there's kind of a little translation under it because they can understand each other in this language. At the end of this discussion, Citan encourages Ellie to leave before Faye wakes up.
So already it's clear that Citan knows much more than he's letting on. And at this point in the game, I remember feeling like Citan could not be trusted.
Very understandably. Yep. Yeah. He's something else is going on and he's aware of it and we're not. But yeah, after Ellie takes her leave, and they kind of talk briefly because Faye, I think, woke up about halfway through it. Citan ends up leading Faye to the desert town of Dazil in search of parts to repair Veltal. Understandably, Faye is hesitant to pilot the gear after what just happened to his hometown. He's very traumatized by that whole event. While we're in Dazil, we learn of the Ethos, who is an organization that acts as the guardian of the world's culture and history. And they're also responsible for excavating and providing gears to the military of all nations. So the gears controlled by Aveh, Kislev, are excavated by the Ethos. They're kind of politically unaligned, if you will. Not long into our adventure here, Faye encounters a masked man named Graf in the nearby desert. Yet another person Faye seems to inexplicably know. So for some reason, he recognizes Graf. He doesn't know where, but he's like, wait, I know you. And he becomes enraged when he learns that Graf was the one who actually arranged the attack on Lahan and challenges him in Veltal. Rather than confronting Faye himself, Graf summons a worm to fight in his stead and kind of empowers it.
Right. And WYRM, for what it's worth, versus WORM.
Yes. Although it looks kind of like a WORM. Actually.
It does.
Giant. Yeah, it's a little strange.
Nearby, the best pirate ever, Bart, sees Veltal and identifies it as a Kislev gear. On an impulse, because this is how Bart is, he rushes out in his own gear, Brigadier, and challenges Faye. The resulting battle causes both of them to sink into some quicksand, which deposits them into an underground cave. Lost and both gears damaged, the two of them form a temporary alliance while they attempt to escape the cave, essentially.
Yep, so after defeating the worm and also battling with Bart, now they are forced to kind of ally with each other in order to escape. They got a little tension, they butt heads a little bit, but eventually they kind of come to a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, I suppose. Like, hey, we have bigger problems here.
Right.
So as they make their way through the cave, they meet Balthazar, who he's kind of living in a dwelling deep underground here. And he's very eclectic. He's a very strange, kind of a strange old man, strange old hermit type thing. And he says to call him Old Man Bao. And he offers to assist in repairing their gears. But first, he starts to explain some of his research around the fossil record of this planet. According to what he has discovered, humans did not naturally evolve on the planet. Rather, they suddenly appeared around 10,000 years ago.
Right, and we get this quote from Old Man Bao. Haven't you heard of this story? They say that humans and God lived together in a paradise in the sky. With God's protection, there was no fear of death and natural disasters were entirely unknown. Then one day, humans ate a forbidden fruit which gave them incredible wisdom. But God drove mankind from the paradise for their sin. Bitter at having been driven out of paradise, humans used the wisdom they had to make giants. With these giants, they planned to challenge God himself. But God poured his wrath down on them. All who defied God were destroyed, but God himself did not escape unharmed. Taking paradise with him, the wounded god buried himself deep beneath the ocean to sleep for eons. Before going to sleep, God used his remaining power to create right-hearted humans to live on this planet. These people are said to be our ancestors.
Yep, and from there, as Baal proceeds to repair their gears, he sees Veltal, and he has a very strong reaction. He calls the gear the host for the Slayer of God. And when Bart and Faye try to press him for more details, he refuses to elaborate any further. It's like he's really, really spooked by seeing this gear. Mm-hmm. And he sends them on their way very quickly once their repairs are complete. And, essentially, that's the end of that as far as he's concerned. You can go back in, you can talk to him, but he's not going to tell you anything else about this stuff.
Be gone, shoo.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yep. So with the gears repaired, Bart and Faye kind of attempt to escape from the cave they fell into, and along the way they end up fighting a massive gear dubbed Calamity, during which Faye harnesses an incredible power that allows him to completely destroy this gear. Afterward, they escape to Bart's sand cruiser, the Yggdrasil, and return to their rebel base.
Right, so aboard the Yggdrasil, Faye is reunited with Citan, who was picked up by Bart's group after he was separated from Faye. One thing I should mention here is the reason why Bart's group actually ends up encountering Faye and Citan to begin with is after Faye fought the worm, they were kind of temporarily captured by Aveh, and then the Bart's group attacked that ship as well. And so that's why what Citan's been doing, because Faye and Citan were separated during this. Basically, Faye ended up in Veltal, fought Bart, they sank into the sand, but Citan was picked up by Sigurd and the rest of Bart's group on board the Yggdrasil. So that's something we kind of glossed over a minute ago, but I wanted to make sure you guys understood what Citan was doing here as we continue. So yeah, while Faye and Bart were struggling to get out of this cave, Citan was reunited with a former friend of his, Sigurd Harcourt. It does not take long to discover that Bart is not just a pirate, but the exiled prince of Aveh. He is accompanied and protected by his retainers, of course, Sigurd and Baron Lawrence Mason, a knight protector of the royal family.
And a master aficionado of tea making.
He only brews the best tea.
Yes, absolutely he does.
Yep. Much is made of his tea. It's kind of great. I love Mason. He's one of my favorites. So as they are kind of discussing, maybe Faye and Citan aligning with Bart's group to help him kind of reclaim his throne, basically, Bart recognizes Faye's skill and asks him to join their fight. But Faye, he refuses to fight further. He claims that he hates riding gears and fighting when all it does is lead to the loss of what is important to him. So Bart kind of insists, he's kind of making this argument that like somebody has to fight these people, because basically Gebler has installed a pretender, a usurper to the throne, and there's cruelty being carried out on the people of Aveh. Mm-hmm. So he insists, he says he appeals to the greater good, and eventually Faye kind of comes around. He eventually agrees when he learns that Bart's desire is basically to retake Aveh and end the destructive conflict. He doesn't want war with Kislev anymore. He wants to kind of bring things back to a peaceful era in Aveh, bring the royal dynasty back. So, not long after this conversation, a Gebler unit actually breaks in and attacks the hideout. They are repelled by Faye and Bart in their respective gears. So Faye and Veltal, Bart in his gear Brigadier.
Right.
As well as Seitan, who takes control of the gear Heimdall. So in response to this, Faye fully agrees to ally with Bart for the time being, fully convinced after this kind of demonstration of the cruelty of who he's been fighting, that, hey, it's much better to fight for this. This is a good cause. He wants to lend his strength to it. So their new mission is to rescue the current Holy Mother of Nisan, Margie. And she's being held in Aveh by the usurper Shakan and his Gebler allies right now.
Right. So while Bart and the crew make their way to Aveh, Commander Ramses and his right-hand lieutenant Myong are also arriving in Aveh. So there's this kind of joining of fates, so to speak. There's a royal treasure that both Shakan and the Gebler forces are looking for, that they want to get a hold of. It's known as the Fatima Jasper. And Ramses is there to retrieve the information from Margie and is the one who ends up interrogating her.
So, how exactly are Bart and Faye going to infiltrate Aveh and rescue Margie? So Ramses is pretty polite with her, kind of compared to Shakan, who, she's pretty much, a honored guest that they're trying to get information out of. But when they show up, basically Shakan's a little bit of a brute, and Ramses is there to play good cop. But she still very clearly needs rescuing. She's being held captive, and she needs to be returned to Nisan. We'll go into Nisan a little bit more shortly. But the obvious plan to rescue Margie, of course, is a martial arts tournament. What else would you do? So, to be a little more specific, in the plan they enact here is to have Faye create a distraction for the palace guards by entering the martial arts tournament in Bledavik, which is the capital of Aveh.
Right.
And in the meantime, Bart is going to sneak into the palace to rescue Margie. So Faye goes ahead and enters the tournament. He ends up winning, but there are a lot of things that happen in this tournament. And we kind of cut back and forth between Faye fighting and Bart going through this whole thing to kind of infiltrate the palace through the sewers and everything. He has to swim upstream and stuff. But in the tournament here, we encounter several important characters. Most notably, and we didn't mention him earlier, but Dan, Alice's sister, has entered the tournament, and he just absolutely wails on Faye. He's jumping on him, kind of punching at him, very, very angry at him still, and he blames him for what happened to his sister, and he wants vengeance. And it's kind of crazy. What you can beat him up, but what we did, and what I think a lot of people do, is you just refuse to fight him. And he's beating you up. He, for some reason, can just blast you with his giant beam for some reason. It's wild. But if you don't fight back and you kind of let him punch himself out and I guess blast you with a key or something, he will give you Alice's wedding dress, and he just runs off.
I still hold that is a really, really weird thing to give someone.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, you want, think of this, it's like, I get it, but Why? It's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. Yeah. But yeah, in the final round, also, Faye encounters a masked man named Wise Man. And Wise Man kind of just stands there, taunts Faye in the finals, and claims that he's still weak and he's looking only inward at himself. And he also explains that he knew Faye before the start of the game, and that Faye had been wounded. So with this revelation, Faye begins to suspect that Wise Man was the person who brought him to Lahan in the first place. But before he can question him further, Wise Man forfeits and he just leaves. He pieces out. He's like, bye, and he's just gone. Leaving more questions than answers at this point.
Right, which is just going to be a common phrase for the first 75% of this retrospective.
Yep.
More questions.
Yep.
But it's very important that I let you all know that this is also where probably the most important character in the tournament is, because we can't forget about Big Joe.
Big Joe! He's the most important character in the game. Kidding. Kind of.
Right. We don't really, we virtually know nothing about right now, so we'll just move on. But safe to say, he's a bit of an odd duck.
More about him soon.
Yes. Big Joe.
Yeah, Big Joe. I love Big Joe. So in the meantime, the palace guards have been successfully distracted by the tournament and Faye's antics and all the fights and Dan blasting him, all of that. So Bart's able to sneak into the palace and he locates Margie. But as they attempt to leave, Bart runs into Ramses, who confronts him immediately, not allowing him to take Margie, and recognizes him as well. So, Bart ends up fighting. He faces off with Ramses, who Myung is assisting him. She's kind of providing heals and stuff, and Margie's kind of doing the same thing for Bart. It's a very fun encounter. But after kind of they fight it out for a little bit, Faye shows up and he joins and kind of handily defeats Ramses with his martial arts. And that's important because Faye's technique triggers a flashback in Ramses. And in this flashback, we see a figure dressed in black and red, with kind of long red hair, defeating Gears with his bare hands using a martial art technique that's very similar to what Faye is using. And Ramses concludes that they cannot be the same person since they look nothing alike, but they have a very similar fighting style. And we kind of just saw some of that with Wise Man as well. Very interesting.
Also, just being able to defeat Gears barehanded is insanity. Anyway,
Yes.
as a player, you should find it odd that the similarity is so strong to evoke traumatic memories, right? So just kind of hold that onto your noggin there.
Yep, good to keep in mind. So the group does eventually escape from Ramses and Myung, but not just because Faye's beating him up. It's because Margie calls in a bunch of rats for some reason and distracts them, and they're like, "What is happening?" And as a player, I was like, "What is happening?" But they run away, and it works. So hey, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
It might still be stupid. As long as it works, it's fine, though.
Yeah. So as they're fleeing, they run into Ellie, of all people, and she hides them in her room, and the guards are forced to pursue them, basically to lose sight of the group. Basically, they run past as if she's like, "Hey, come in here," and then they lose them with her help.
Right. So it's here that Ellie is kind of officially introduced. She introduces herself to Faye and the group, actually, as Lieutenant Elheim von Houten of the Ignis Army's 3rd Assault Division of the Special Forces of the Sacred Empire of Solaris. Whew, that is a mouthful.
So because that takes forever to say, also known as Gebler.
Right. Gebler Special Forces. That's what she's part of.
Yep.
And that's certainly easier to say. So Ellie apologizes to Faye for her part in the destruction of Lahan, actually, and Faye apologizes for verbally assaulting her in the forest. So they kind of reconcile a little bit. And then he explains that he was actually awake the whole time that she and Sidon were speaking to each other.
Right. So Ellie offers to help the party to escape from Av, but Bart is, I think, understandably reticent about this. He doesn't know her, and she's just a Gebler soldier as far as he's concerned. So it takes Margie concluding that Ellie is a good person. She has a good feeling about Ellie to convince him to accept her offer of help. And this is kind of important because a lot of characters in this game kind of have feelings about each other. And that's always important when it happens. And there's a reason Margie believes that Ellie is a good person. But for now, we kind of leave it at that, and they basically decide to trust her, and they escape from the palace with Ellie's help. And, of course, Ellie doesn't go with them as well. She's still part of kind of the Gebler forces, but she helps them escape, and the group reunite with Sidon and Bart's crew aboard the Yggdrasil. And Ramses, in the meantime, he's recovered, and he prepares to pursue the escaped Margie and the group, but he is called off by a message from Hugh, which Hyu, Hugh.
The elusive Hugh.
Mm-hmm.
Next stop, Nisan. So while Faye is settling in for their trip, he runs into a strange stuffed animal that kind of blocks access to the bridge. And strangely, it's like way too heavy to move. I think I remember them trying to move it and it just like would not budge.
Yep.
However, when Bart and Faye are speaking to Margie in like her room later, this stuffed animal, Choo Choo, comes to life and professes her undying love for Faye.
Yup.
Oh, Choo Choo.
Choo Choo's very strange. Very, very strange part of the story. We'll talk more about Choo Choo soon. But for now, with access to the bridge available, they set course for Nisan to bring Margie home. While they're on their way, Fate and Bart happen to overhear a conversation between Citan and Sigurd. And it's actually Faye at first who's listening, and Bart kind of shows up and is like, hey, and he's like, oh my god. And Bart says, sorry, Dari. And just, it's ridiculous, but shout out again. You can't have a Xenogears video without shout out to Richard Honeywood for his outstanding localization. I mean it. Yeah. He did a good job, and, it's inevitable. Yeah, one person handling all of this insanity. Of course, weird things like sorry, Dari are going to show up, but I love it. I love it. It's got such personality. So
it does.
Had to mention it. It's very important to me. So, as Faye and Bart kind of listen in, basically Citan and Sigurd are discussing their past as former members of a group known as the Elements, and what their home country's objectives are at this point, and about the dread Sigurd feels when he thinks about Myung. He's got this really bad feeling about her again. Bad feelings, good feelings, they matter.
It's the Force.
Yes. Upon arriving in Nisan, Margie wastes no time making her way to the cathedral to see the sisters of Nisan, who all kind of greet her warmly. They're very happy that she's back.
Right.
And the group kind of gets shown around by her, and while they're there, Faye and the rest of the party, they encounter these two angelic statues. They're kind of the centerpiece of this cathedral, this chapel area they're in. Each of the angels has one wing, and it's surrounded by light that streams in from the stained glass windows.
And this will be our first real discussion regarding anima and animus. This is when we first started getting introduced to the idea. And so one of the quotes that is important to that is that, I think it's Margie speaking to them. She says, according to a legend handed down in Nisan, God could have created humans perfectly, but then humans would not have helped each other. So that is what these great single-winged angels symbolize. In order to fly, they are dependent on one another.
Yep. And, the group kind of commentates on this. Bart is like, wow, it's kind of stupid. It would have been better if they had two wings. And he's like, Bart, you're missing how it's beautiful. It's a beautiful kind of thing.
Right.
And Citan is impressed by the kind of the design of the place, where it's demonstrating kind of how the two angels need each other and the light of God is streaming in through the window between them, that sort of thing. There's very, very religious kind of symbolism there. So after this, they are taken to the room of Sophia, and this is normally a room that they would be restricted from even entering. It's a very kind of highly protected room, and they want to make sure it's not disturbed. So only the highest ranking sisters of the Nisan Order are permitted in there, but they are by special permission of Margie, who wants to show it to them. So in this room, there's a portrait of Sophia, the founder of Nisan. And while they're looking at the portrait, Citan makes an observation that the brushstrokes and overall style are remarkably similar to Faye's. But Faye doesn't notice that. He notices just how much Sophia's appearance actually matches Ellie.
Right. The likeness is so close that you would think they were the same person.
And the other thing to note about this painting is that it's unfinished, and the group discussed that before they go ahead and head out to, I believe, speak with what is she? Sister Superior? I don't remember her title, but basically they're going to speak with the one in charge here. That is not the Holy Mother. But before they leave, Faye turns around and he has a vision of a man who looks like himself painting Sophia, actually doing the painting that they were just looking at.
Right.
And the man refers to himself as Lahan. The group seeks out Sister Agnes after this to inquire about the unfinished painting in light of kind of what they observed and, kind of what Faye saw. He's very disturbed by this. He's like, what does this mean? What is this?
Right.
But Sister Agnes does not know why it was never completed. She does explain that the painting is 500 years old, and she shares the story of Sophia's heroic sacrifice to save her people.
Right.
At that time.
Mm-hmm. And now, Sophia dwells with God.
Indeed. So, as the party is leaving the cathedral after this, Sigurd indicates that he wants to speak with Bart about their plans moving forward. Kind of wants to get things back on track with what they're going to do about Aveh and Gebler. Bart isn't going to have this for the moment, though. He's disturbed by what he heard Seitan and Sigurd talking about, and he expresses his distrust, and he just straight up confronts Sigurd, because Bart's being Bart. He's going to confront whenever he feels that something's wrong. You got to love him.
Yeah, say what you will, but he's authentic to a point, so...
He is, yeah, and he just brings up, he just lays it all out. He's like, here's what we overheard while we were en route to Nisan, so... And he demands to know basically why Sigurd and Seitan know so much about Gebler. In response, Sigurd and Seitan tell Bart the truth. They just lay it out for him. And they explain they're from Solaris. And Solaris is an elite nation that views surface dwellers as lambs. And they also explain that they used to work alongside Commander Ramses, who they confronted at the palace.
Right. And as the conversation continues, we're actually introduced to quite a few new concepts. First of all, the capital of Solaris, Entrenok, is actually located in the sky and is separated from the land by these dimensional distortions known as gates. To traverse these gates, you need special means of transport, such as an airship. And this is how Sigurd and Seitan made their escape, although Seitan escaped much later than Sigurd did. We also get a clearer definition of lambs. So for Solaris, this is anyone who lives on the surface of the planet. They are used as manual or slave labor and are sometimes, maybe even oftentimes, brainwashed for various purposes. And Sigurd explains that he was actually originally a surface dweller and was used as a test subject. And Seitan, however, is a native Solarian who was born on like the lower levels, which we'll get into that more later, but there are different classes of Solarian citizens. So he's on the lower end of that. And then apparently there are a few pure Solarians by this point, which necessitate the slave labor, apparently. Whatever that means.
Yeah. Basically, pure Solarians have this high class status to them, and so they need lambs to perform their manual labor.
Can't do the work themselves. That'd be outrageous.
Yeah, very healthy society, right?
Uh-huh.
So we also learned in this conversation that Sigurd and Seitan met Ramses in Jugend, which is Gebler's military training school. Mm-hmm. You might recognize Jugend as a term that we've heard before in history as well. And we'll talk more about that later on. So at Jugend, Ramses rose quickly through the ranks and sought to change Solarian society into a meritocracy that awarded those with ability regardless of their origin. So he was kind of a revolutionary in a way. And it was these ideals that led to Sigurd and Seitan both aligning with Ramses in the beginning. However, eventually they chose to escape due to disagreements with Ramses and problems with society's general methods in Solaris, the Solarian society being, something that no longer appealed to them and their conscience. So the primary reason for this is because Solaris engages in human experimentation pretty rampantly. And this includes the development of drugs such as Drive, which is a drug that alters the personality of the one who takes it and draws out their aggression and abilities. So in the end, Ramses' ideals were not a significant enough change to the way Solaris works currently for both Seitan and Sigurd, and they decide there has to be a better way, and they leave.
Mm-hmm. So with all of this new information to take in, it's really no surprise that Bart needs some time to process. And it's clear that Solaris and Ramses need to be stopped, but in order to do that, Bart will have to reclaim his throne from Shakan, so that they can bring all of Av's resources to kind of bear against Gebler. So a plan is hatched to attack Av's royal capital and retake the throne.
And that plan is thus: a contingent of foot soldiers disguised in Kislev uniforms will attack the smaller Western Guard. So we basically see this this map of what the front with Kislev looks like. And so the small Western Guard will be attacked by the foot soldiers that are disguised, a kind of a surprise attack. In the meantime, Faye will pilot Veltal and lead a small group of gears against the main forces on the front line with Kislev, and the goal of that is to draw out the main occupational force from the capital, Bledavik.
Right. The frontline forces are commanded by the former supreme commander of the Av forces, Vonderkam. He's a man who relies on big naval guns as opposed to gears in combat, and so this will be important in a few minutes. But for now, we get a glance into the interactions between different characters. It's this kind of quiet before the storm type of deal.
Yep. As the Yggdrasil is leaving for battle, we see Sister Agnes speaking to Margie regarding her betrothal to Bart, and how she looks forward to Margie taking up the throne alongside him. Meanwhile, we also see Faye departing in Veltal, and Citan taking a few moments to offer up some encouragement to Mason, which is a very heartwarming moment. It's very nice. Because Mason deserves everything. He's just so good.
All the head pats.
He's such a kind man. Like, he's just this, like, doting elderly man who just wants the best for Bart. It's so good. So despite everything, Mason believes that he is not adequately prepared Bart for the throne of Av, and that's sort of why he needs that consoling from Citan. He doesn't believe he's really succeeded, and Citan kind of offers him some perspective. It's very, very heartwarming. You know, like, hey, you're in this bad situation. You've done so much good for him, giving him that perspective of, like, Bart may be a little rough, but he's a great dude. And he would do very well on the throne.
Yeah. Despite his faults, he's a good man.
Yeah, absolutely, he is. Yeah, and Sigurd also shares a moment with Bart, and he explains that he never lost his desire to return home or to see Bart and Margie again, even when he was being brainwashed in Solaris.
Right. And then, while that heartwarming stuff's going on elsewhere, we actually see Ramses in bed with Myong, being woken up by a nightmare about a violent battle. Groff is standing on a cliff overhead as a figure in black and red enters a monstrous red gear. Ramses orders the fight to stop, but it's in vain, and he awakens with a scream. Shaken, he leaves the room to get some air and clear his head. While Ramses is out, Myong taunts Groff, who appeared suddenly in the room. Just, whoop, there he is. And she mentions that she saw the boy Groff is interested in and comments on how they look alike. Groff responds with a threat should he interfere with his plans, and she agrees to let him be. Needlessly aggressive in this particular conversation, but she just doesn't seem to care. And then after all of that, they've known each other for a long time, so she's like, you can go do what you want. It's not bothering me.
Yeah. I mean, just on a personal note, this scene, we see how Groff appears, just kind of in rooms. This weird, blah, little weird sound effect, like he's teleporting in or something.
He's a weird dude.
Yeah, he's strange, he's intimidating, there's like this aura of power, and Yang just doesn't care at all. She's like, oh, yeah, hey, weirdo. We've known each other a long time,
right,
and here's what I'm going to do to help you out, and just don't bother me, you know what I want. And it's very interesting. There's a lot that's not really said and that we don't understand yet between them, because we don't really understand why they've known each other for a long time. We just know they have from how they interact. It's very well done. So In the meantime, on the Yggdrasil, Bart's crew intercepts some communication between Av and Gebler that indicates that they're under attack. So the plan is going well. Everything is going correctly so far. In the meantime, we cut to Ellie, who's been given command of a unit of gears, basically a Gebler Special Forces unit that she will command, and she'll be piloting her gear, Virge. And it's a special gear, basically made for people with high ether potential. And her unit is composed of the same officers who broke into Bart's headquarters before, and they make it very clear they don't respect Ellie, and partly because she's a woman. Apparently being a young woman does not make you qualified to lead in their view. So we kind of are just like, hey, they're kind of jerks, aren't they?
Misogyny at its finest.
Yeah, there's plenty.
Oh yeah. So Faye and the group under his command trek through the mountains to attack frontline of forces and are actually halted by Ellie's gear unit. So he orders his group to go on ahead while he confronts them on his own. And single-handedly, because Faye is ridiculous, he's able to dispatch the enemy gears until he finally confronts Ellie.
And when he does, because of their history, Ellie is concerned that she's going to hold back when she's fighting Faye. And she feels she cannot afford to do this. You know, she's been pressured by her subordinates. There's some other kind of internal pressure with her. She feels that she needs to do something about this. So she takes the experimental drug we mentioned earlier, Drive, which is going to release her inhibitions and let her use her power to her fullest extent. And when she does this, we see a flashback to a time when Ellie lost control and massacred a group of people all in the same blood. She's kind of in a hallway holding her head, very upset, sinking to her knees. What have I done? And there's blood everywhere.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Rather gruesome, yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And it's important to note here that Ellie's potential in controlling ether, which is basically the magic of this world, is extraordinarily high. It exceeds even what is known as the element class, which we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But basically that class is kind of reserved for people with some of the highest ether potential in Solaris. And in spite of all of this, her father, Elric, is cited as never allowing experimentation to be done on her. So.
Exactly. And just as a note, her father's name is actually Eric.
Oh, my bad.
So, yeah, it's all right. I think, I don't know who typoed that. Somebody did.
It was probably my fault.
I don't know. It could have been me. Elric's a name too, right?
Right.
But yeah, like he very much does not want experimentation done on his daughter. He's very protective of her. But you know, she's out on her own, and the drive does exactly what it's supposed to do. And Ellie ends up fighting Faye without reservation, and she's saying all of this stuff about how he's a lamb, and the Able are supposed to govern over them, referring to herself as the Able. And we'll talk more about that very soon. But during the battle, she uses a weapon called the Animum Ether Response Offensive Drones. And we're going to refer to those the same way the game does. They're called Aerods. And they're kind of these small drones that come out and they just fire these lasers all over the place, make a big explosion, do a bunch of damage. They're pretty advanced weapons, and they're normally only usable by an individual in the Elements class. Nobody else is really able to handle them.
Right, and just a selfish insert here. Remember, we were talking about before how Citan and Sigurd were also once part of the Elements, or at least kind of in that same class. Really kind of says a lot about their own ether potential.
Indeed, yeah. We get a lot of demonstrations of power scaling and how that actually means something to the characters personally.
Right.
In this game, it's one of the reasons I think so much of this game actually sticks and works as well as it does, because it's very grounded in the characters. And so it's not just, oh man, Elements can do this. It's, we know people that were Elements. We see how Ellie ends up being ranked by people, and there's a lot of well-used dialogue to that end, so. Yeah, it's the reason why I say this game's a masterpiece. That's one of them. But while under the influence of Drive, Ellie, she monologues about the divine providence of her people subjugating the surface-dwelling lambs, and the drug is bringing out all of her latent potential, to the point that Faye is having difficulty contending with the full force of kind of her power and her use of her gear, which is designed for, the use of her power. There's a lot of interesting conversation in this game, and we'll talk more about gears later, about how if you have a person with high potential with the right gear, they're able to manifest their power so much. And it's very, very interesting the way all that works. But fortunately for Faye, the drug starts to wear off just as kind of he is brought to his knees by Ellie's assault. Veltal is down for the moment, but not out. In a desperate maneuver, Faye kind of jumps on Ellie's gear and pins her to the ground as kind of the drug is clearing her system and she's getting back to kind of, her normal self. And once that's done, once she's kind of recovered, they end up discussing her military career and the damage she's causing to herself. He's worried about her. And Ellie explains that while she's using drive, she feels as if she is being controlled by a power that doesn't belong to her, like some other self is taking control of her during that time. And this concerns Faye even more. In response, he asks her to leave the Gebler army altogether and tells her that what she is doing is not her. And then, he has to move on. He leaves to continue the plan with Bart.
Right. Which, speaking of, elsewhere, while that's all going on, Bart, Sigurd, and Seitan break into Bledavik with their own forces. However, they are quickly intercepted and surrounded by snipers. Ramses had seen through the feint and used it to draw them into a trap instead. Shakan gloats in his assumed triumph, but Myung taunts Shakan as well. In the end, she doesn't care who sits on the throne as long as it's not the royal family. Even then, it's only because they will not cooperate with Solaris. So, if they were cooperative, you wouldn't care.
Exactly. Yep. And it's interesting to kind of see, Shakan, he's been kind of this menace up to this point in the game, but really, he's kind of being used by Myung and Solaris as well. Doesn't make him any better, of course, but
right.
He's still kind of a jerk and everything. He wants power. He's a dictator, if you will, but he's a puppet dictator by Solaris. So back aboard the Yggdrasil while this is happening. Mason is cleaning glasses at the bar and is shaken when Bart's cup breaks, believing it to clearly be an omen. So, since he's not one to just sit around when there is trouble, he attempts to rescue Bart and the crew using a flying machine crawler, which he kind of just flies in and plops in the center as they're being surrounded by these snipers and soldiers. So he gets everyone on board, but when he tries to leave, the propeller just flies off the top of this thing. It's the most moment. It's so absurd. It's hilarious. And so, he's like, all right, well, hold on. And he just kind of hops it around. He hops off of walls and jumps off, and they make their escape. It works. But Shakan's just standing there bewildered. He's just like, what am I watching? I don't understand. And
fair.
Meanwhile, we're like, what are we watching? What is going on? It's so cartoon. It's so good. It's hilarious. So, hey, it works. And they all meet back up aboard the Yggdrasil. And they move to escape because, they may have escaped the palace, but they've been caught, basically, in their plan. So they have to get out of there as quickly as possible. Because the Aveh and Gebler forces are closing in to basically box them in and capture them. In the meantime, Faye, who is unaware that the plan has essentially failed, meets back up with his group and attacks Vanderkam's forces at the front as planned. Vanderkam attempts to bait them into the fire arc of his flagship, the Kifeinzel. Basically wants to fire the main gun on these highly mobile gears, because Vanderkam is a genius. So,
guns.
Faye... Yeah, he loves his big guns, I guess. Yeah. But Faye boards the flagship in his gear and literally jumps on top of the flagship, and he destroys the main gun. And so Vanderkam is very upset by this, and he's very provoked by Faye, and he basically jumps in his own giant gear, Dora, in order to fight Faye, who handily beats the hell out of him, basically.
You broke my toy. I'm going to beat you up.
Broke your other, break your next one. Got any more?
Right.
Yeah.
Once defeated, Groth appears because the guy's a nuisance. He appears in front of Vandercom. Right, exactly. Offers him the power to defeat Faye. He accepts Groth's offer because, again, he's a child, and Faye and his group are faced with an even more powerful Dora to contend with.
Yeah, and we see this giant gear with just this red aura behind it, and Groth has done this once before, but of course he doesn't ask the worm, I think it was, to like, do you want to just imbues it with power? But now we see he can do this to gears and people. So it's very interesting. Power of the glorious Mother of Destruction. So in the meantime, the Yggdrasil is caught on their way back to Nisan by Gebler forces. They were not able to evade the Gebler fleet in basically the sand. Because I don't know if we talked about it, but the Yggdrasil is a sand cruiser. This is all happening in the desert and everything. The desert of Aveh. So, boxed in, basically, Ramses is in command of this fleet, and he's promised an old friend that he would take it easy on them. So he's just ordering them to surrender, basically. And we see a flashback at this point of Sigurd, who is leaving Solaris, and who admits that he'd been sent there as a spy to steal Solarian technology. Ramses calls him a traitor, but allows him to leave unimpeded. And back in the present, Ramses, again, he's coming over kind of the radio there, and he orders their unconditional surrender.
Right. Faye's group is still combating the powered-up Dora at this point. So Commander Atreya orders Faye to withdraw to help Bart while the rest of the squad takes on this massive gear, and they are ultimately destroyed. So once again, Faye is seeing his friends being slaughtered, and these events not only remind him of Lahan, but it also leads to like this another psychotic break where he loses control. So we kind of have like him snapping, and it kind of like fades to black, if I remember correctly. And then
Yep. Yeah, he kind of screams, and then we cut back over to Bart. And Bart is piloting the Yggdrasil on the surface of the sand in his gear. He's kind of got Brigadier with its hands on kind of a wheel on top.
Giant steering wheel.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And I've never really fully understood what the purpose of that is, but it's cool, so I don't care.
Right.
So yeah, as he's piloting the ship, he asks Sigurd what Mr. Puniverse has to say. And he orders the crew to resume their attempt to escape from the surrounding Gebler forces once repairs are complete. So basically, the Yggdrasil took some minor damage in kind of the scuffle where they got surrounded, and they're repairing it. And so, he's like, okay, that's our opportunity. We're going to get out of here. But Ramses' crew detects the change in speed immediately and resumes their attack. And they have the upper hand. They have the numbers, they have them surrounded, but they're cut off by explosions along the border of their lines, and a report that a massively powerful gear is heading directly toward them.
Right. And this gear is literally Ramses' nightmare fuel. It destroys the Gebler forces indiscriminately and very aggressively. And Ramses leaves the bridge while shouting about the Demon of Elru.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we hear Demon of Elru, but it won't be the last. So at this point, we see this giant red gear of these glowing wings coming out the back of it, and it's facing off against Bart. But before they can, fight it out, Ramses and Myong show up in their gears. So the Gebler commander demands to fight the red gear himself in his personal gear, Wyvern, which is this yellow gear wielding a sword. So, the mysterious red gear accepts and just rips the sword arm, head, and right leg right off of Ramses' gear, just tears it apart immediately. And Myong picks up his gear and hers and basically forces Ramses to retreat because he has no hope of succeeding against this incredibly powerful enemy. Unfortunately, the gear then turns back to Bart, and it's up to us to defend, us as players to defend Bart against this very powerful foe. So we go into a fight. And this gear just kind of sits there, doesn't do anything for several rounds. You can kind of beat on it, hit it with, Brigadier's big whip, and you're not doing anything. Like, it's just like, hey, you're pathetic kind of thing. So Bart does his best, but the gear powers up and it uses an attack called Kishin. And it does so much damage to Brigadier that Bart is defeated. And when I say so much damage, to put it in gameplay terms, you've got a couple thousand HP at this point in Brigadier's frame HP. Kishin does 9999 damage. And that's after the initial attack, which does 9999 damage.
It's overkill by far.
Yeah, it's like 10 times the amount of damage this gear can take. So, like, it's taking critical damage at this point, is kind of the point.
It's amazing it's still in one piece, really.
Yeah. Scripted defeat, if you will. So Sigurd sees that Bart's in big trouble, and he scrambles to help him by doing one of the most insane things we've seen so far. Yeah. He takes command. He's the first mate. He's like, okay, we're going to launch this ship through the air. We're going to use the Bernoulli effect. And the crew's like, what are you talking? No, this is... But they do it. They obey orders. And so we see the ship launch through the air, and it lands on top of the red gear. And Bart jumps free. He's saved by this crazy maneuver.
Right. And just to kind of like create some clarity, the Bernoulli effect, for those who don't know, is a kind of a counterintuitive friction effect. So when fluid sees an increased speed while simultaneously decreasing in pressure, this effect happens. So essentially, by increasing the Yggdrasil's speed, they reversed the friction of the sand, which caused the ship to kind of leap from the surface.
Yep. And if that still doesn't make sense to you, I recommend looking up the Bernoulli effect.
It's very weird.
Yeah, every time it's mentioned, this is a real-life physics effect that you can look up and check out. And I have to read about it every time because I'm like, wait, what? What are they talking about? What's the Bernoulli effect?
Right.
Trust me, it does actually make sense with what they're doing. Basically, the reversal of friction lets them kind of pop a wheelie, if you will, in the cruiser, and they just go flying through the air. It's ridiculous.
It's insane. But the fact that it had a scientific explanation of how they could do that is just beautiful.
Yeah, there's some fairly good science in this game. There's also some science that makes your head explode. We'll get to that. So, this is a crazy thing they do, and it seems like Sigurd has saved the day, but they are not out of danger yet. After a moment, we see kind of the Yggdrasil on the surface of the sand start to kind of crumble and fall apart. Like, what's going on? The red gear lifts the entire cruiser into the air. It just kind of rises with its hand up, and it's lifting it into the air. So, what do we do now? Yeah, this guy is X-rays, aura farming here. So the ship is falling apart. The front of it's falling off, like it's angled at this horrible angle. It's critically damaged. And the red gear just throws it at Brigadier. It's like, hey, launching a warship at me is cheating. Take it back, and just throws it.
Doesn't he say something like that's cheating in the process?
Yeah, he's like, impressive, but you're cheating, and take it back kind of thing. Yeah. It's absolutely wild. It's one of my favorite scenes. Hold on, I got lost here. There we go. I'm so excited about it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Pumped.
Yeah, so pumped. But yeah, so he throws it at Brigadier, and Sigurd orders Mason to escort Sighton to an escape pod as this is happening, and that's the last we see of them, Sighton being launched in an escape pod as they're in a horrible situation.
Right. So just to kind of echo Dan, this is the last we see of Sigurd and Bart in this confrontation. Instead, the story pans to Sighton, who discovers the annihilated wreckage of Dora. And Sighton kind of is looking at it, and he's musing, and he's like, this looks just like the other gears that an ambiguous he destroyed. There's a lot of random pronouns being used, and there's always a question of like, well, which he are we talking about here? But anyway, this scene that we're getting with Sighton is kind of like is the conclusion to Act 1.
Yes. So, yeah, Act 1 is a hell of a ride, but if you can believe it, it gets more insane from here.
It does.
But yeah, this has been a lot of information, and, there's a lot of references to things that we're going to start to dig into here. So this is a good time for a stretch break. I know we've kind of been discussing this for about an hour. Just a reminder, get up, take a stretch, grab a snack, do what you need to do.
We'll be here.
Come back.
The beauty of pause.
We got a lot more to cover here, so go for it.
Right.
We're going to continue here momentarily.
Yes. Everyone good? Perfect.
All right. So, after this catastrophe, the scene just cuts to Kaiser Sigmund in Kislev, and he's receiving a report regarding the Av and Gebler forces being annihilated due to an overload of a battleship's slave generator in the area. Additionally, they retrieved Kislev gear along with its pilot, who had aligned with Bart's pirate group. So it appears disaster may have met our friends, but apparently they've recovered the Kislev gear and the pilot, who would be Faye.
Right. And just a small reminder that slave generators are basically the engine and power source for gears and a lot of other machines.
So, basically, Sigmund is having it proposed that they can use this opportunity to finish off Av and end the war. But the Kaiser, he rejects the idea entirely. He doesn't want to have Solaris replace Shikan with another ruler, and he wants to avoid Nisan's involvement in the matter entirely. So, he's not on board with this. He seems to want a more peaceful solution. While discussing kind of the matters of state, a large spherical ship arrives in Kislev, and a masked woman steps off and claims to be Grof's representative and is delivering a gate key to Sigmund.
Right. And she also, this representative, requests that the Kaiser transfer the recaptured gear and its pilot to D-Block.
Yep. And in the next scene, we see Faye running in what appears to just be a black void as a cross pendant hangs and kind of swings in the background. As he's running, there's a disembodied voice that's laughing at him. And then we see a young Faye playing ball with a woman. They've got a ball on the ground. They're kind of batting it back and forth at each other.
Right.
This woman, who is presumably his mother. The scene cuts to what looks like old video footage of the event. After we kind of see it from his perspective, then it looks like it's on a projector in this black void. So in this liminal space, we see Child Faye, who's watching this memory, and he's just transfixed on it. And Faye seems lost, and he's discovered by another version of his child self with hair over his face, who's reminiscent of a version of himself we saw back in Lahan, kind of when he first snapped before the village was destroyed. So basically in this scene, we have Faye, as we know him. He's standing there really confused. There's a small child version of Faye who's watching a projector of himself playing ball with his mom. And another child version of Faye with hair over his face that's being kind of a little shit.
Angry Faye.
He's all, hey, And this child Faye tells Faye that he shouldn't be here. And then it just cuts out. The scene cuts out.
That scene just made a whole lot more sense to me after we got done with these notes. Anyway, when we see Faye next, he's waking up after being unconscious for 4 days. He is in the detention block of Nortune, which is Kislev's capital city. And before he has even a chance to really kind of get his bearings, he's immediately summoned to a baptismal ceremony by a group of prisoners at the behest of the champ, who is waiting for him.
The champ, Rico, explains to Faye that he must fight the 4 battlers to acquire his rank. Despite having just woken up and how he's still recovering from a brutal fight, Faye handles all 4 of them well. And, gameplay-wise at this point, if you beat 2 of them and then the 3rd one defeats you, you might get C rank. But for the purposes of this overview. We're going to assume you get as far as you can. And it makes the most sense to me because, you know, exhausted as he is, Faye eventually is only defeated by Rico when challenged.
Right.
He just can't do any damage to him, and Rico just absolutely just lays him out. And then, once again, Faye awakens, and this time he has an explosive collar that's around his neck, and he's been granted the rank of A within the prison. Soon after, he meets the supplier Hammer, who is a demi-human who calls him bro constantly, and by constantly, I do mean constantly.
It's like every other sentence.
Yeah, hey bro, Hammer. And Faye is recruited at this point to the Gear battling arena, and he's given an opportunity to win a pardon and escape from the prison if he will battle in the arena.
Right. And Citan, of all people, also appears around this time, having volunteered as a doctor in the D block to help Faye escape. So as part of this, Citan attempts to actually remove the explosive collar, but Faye practically screams against the idea. Understandably, he doesn't really want to risk blowing himself up just to remove it. And I think in the game there's a chance that you can succeed at deactivating it, but we were not successful in our playthrough.
Yeah, it's a small chance, and it really doesn't make a difference. You still end up wearing the collar. It's just, I think Citan ends up disarming it.
Yeah.
But you can't do much about it either way.
Right, it doesn't really affect the rest of the gameplay. Anyway,
yeah.
Afterward, while the two of them are talking, Faye explains that he still hates fighting in gears. He feels like his very being is unstable whenever he pilots one. But as an example of the growth we've witnessed as players, he resolves not to give in to his depression.
Now, we get a little bit of a demonstration of Faye's growth, that he still has these same feelings. He's very depressed, he's upset, he's kind of got this existential crisis going, but he realizes he can't just sit here and do nothing. He has to do something about this situation or nothing will ever get better. Right. And powerful realization.
Probably Bart's influence too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Bart and Citan's influence, I would say. Because Citan kind of is really good at providing perspective for Faye. And probably to an extent Ellie's influence as well.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So at this point, we get another scene shift, and this one's a doozy. You probably will remember it from when you first played this game, if you've played it. It's bizarre looking, and this is really, kind of where I was like, okay, we're in a different arc here. So we cut to this dark room with this floating sphere and a bunch of smaller spheres kind of orbiting it. And there are digital view screens displaying a variety of faces all over this sphere. And they begin discussing the awakening of the untouchable one, who according to the memory cube is located in Nortune. Apparently Faye is the untouchable one. And what follows is a lot of concepts being explained in very, very vague terms. And by vague, I mean they refer to things as if everybody knows what they're talking about. And really, you can kind of understand it because they're just talking among themselves, but there's nothing being said for the benefit of the viewer here, which is what makes it so confusing. And there's tons of pronouns, but that's just Xenogears. So, in order, roughly, there is a he who is blamed for turning the lambs into animus. And this same person is also responsible for their fall in the Days of Destruction that occurred 500 years ago. So there's someone they're very upset about, and they did something 500 years ago, and now they're doing something again, turning the lambs into animus. And they speak of excavating the anima relics now. That is one of their objectives. They speak of the gatekeeper, who has been activated, either by the Ethos or some other party. And they also speak of not breaking the equilibrium of Ignis. They speak of the surface as if it is an unclean land. They speak of Cain and an artifact called the Geisha Key's use, citing that they cannot move forward with some sort of murky plan just yet. a plan is hatched at this point to use Bledavik's reserve unit, commanded by him, to raise Nortune using an ancient reactor. And by raise, I mean destroy.
Right.
With the half-life fallout on the order of 1,000 years, resulting in no life growing within 300 Celts during that time. And in the end, they are resolved to eliminate him by doing this. But also note that they have lived through such a disaster before and will not perish that easily.
But what does this all mean? What does it mean? Well, if you've been following along with the mountainous notes from the previous episode, you might get an idea. But for simplicity's sake, we'll spell it out just a little bit here for you. The Gazil Elders, the Digimen, live on in this Sol 9000 computer system following the events of the Day of Destruction. They are attempting to move the Animus and Contact, which we know as Fae, for their purposes. Remember, the Gazil's main objective is to reunite with Deus using the Geisha Key. And since the time to do that has not yet arrived, the current Contact will only hinder their objectives at this time. So their solution to this is simple. Eliminate him with a nuclear explosion. No big deal. That's not overkill at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and, of course, we don't know all of this as a player. If you just pick up this game and you play it, none of this is made explicit at this point.
Right.
We are making it explicit because this is what they're talking about
right
now. And, I think you mentioned it earlier, Austin, that this game makes a lot more sense the second time through. Because you know what all the pronouns are referring to. You know what they're talking about.
Right.
But for your benefit, of course, we sort of assume you've played this game. But if you haven't, this is what's happened in this game. Like, maybe turn-based games aren't your speed. Go check out our playthrough if you'd like. I want to call that out. We have a full playthrough of this game if you want to go through it. But we are happy to take you through it and explain it if that's what you prefer.
Yep.
That's what we're here for.
You'll certainly get to experience my confusion firsthand through 99.5% of the episodes as well.
Yeah,
so that's always good.
I mean, I know a lot about this game, this world, Perfect Works, and first time I played this game, I got to this scene and I was like, I don't know what the hell is going on.
Right.
No idea. So we leave these Digimen behind, and I love Digimen. That's Austin here came up with that term. It was great. It's a very descriptive term. I like it. But we leave them behind at this point. That scene is done, and we return to Faye, who's decided to fight for his freedom in the battling arena. He's going to take the group up on that offer in Kislev and try to get a pardon. So he's shocked at this point, when he reports to actually do the fights, to discover that Veltal has been provided for his use. And as we saw before, that gear was actually moved at the request of kind of the emissary of Graf, who showed up in Kislev. So in the first match, Veltal actually overheats and Faye is bedridden. Again, that's 3 times since we arrived in Nortune, by the way.
He's just a sleepy guy. It's fine.
Yeah, he keeps getting knocked out. Like, it just isn't going well for him. He's having a hard time.
Yep.
So while he's unconscious, we see this scene of 2 battlers who are walking around like in some underground area that looks like a sewer, and they're bragging about sabotaging Faye's gear. But they're immediately hunted down by something in the sewers of Nortune. We see it from a first-person perspective, and they kind of scream. And that's all we see of them. Right. A day later, Faye awakens from having some terrible nightmares. And it's heavily implied that this scene is his nightmare. So at this point, he's determined to win his freedom, even despite the setback, and he pushes on, and he gets back into the arena. So the 2 opponents we saw in the sewers have pulled out of their match at this point, which is starting to be a little spooky, like what happened to them. Mm-hmm. And so, there's nothing to do at this point but fight on. So over the next several days, Faye just wins battle after battle, of course, because he's awesome and he has his gear. And eventually he reaches the finals, and he's about to fight his final set of opponents.
Right. And by now we learned from Rico, excuse me, that a couple of his subordinates were murdered in the sewers after they sabotaged Veltal. So Rico accuses Faye of killing them as revenge for sabotage, and Faye denies it. And really, it just kind of boils down to a lot of hearsay. So in an attempt to kind of clear his name, Faye and Citan accompany Rico to the sewers to track down the one responsible. They end up tracking down a monster known as Red Rum, and they actually end up summoning it with a bell. Which there's a lot more to go into that later, but just kind of keep that in mind that this has got a little bit of intelligence to it. And after defeating the creature, they discover that the monster had once been human and was using that bell they found to hold on to the last of his humanity. So Rico concludes that Red Rum was the culprit behind his subordinates' untimely deaths, and Faye is exonerated. So once again, he's allowed to continue fighting in the battles. So there was no progression until he could clear his name.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, we shift to a scene where Citan is meeting with Cain. And he explains that he has awoken 3 times at this point. We learn from Cain that the Gazil elders have a deeply etched fear of this him and are hoping to immediately dispose of him. Citan argues that it would be hasty to dispose of him now, and Cain agrees with his assessment. However, the ministry has already handed down their judgment: a purge.
Dun dun dun. Because what else should you do when you want to get one person? Is just to kill everybody in sight.
The general area apparently is their solution.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
It really kind of speaks to their disconnection from the world around them.
Yeah, they don't care about collateral damage. The ends justify the means. What matters to them is not people.
Right.
Sure.
And we'll talk about this more again later. Everything has comebacks, but like their hubris is so high that they just don't think of anything else besides themselves. So anyway, all that to say is we kind of shift the scene from the Cain Citan conversation over to Ellie, who is being given orders to prepare for this purge mission against Nortune. It's being led by the combat ship Hecht, which her group will be escorting. And when she tries to press for more details regarding the mission, she's completely denied any kind of information. Kind of a need-to-know basis, and you definitely don't need to know. So the Hecht pilots will be given their orders en route is kind of the end of that conversation. And as you can imagine, this does not sit well with Ellie or the rest of her crew, actually, and they object to these deliberately ambiguous orders.
Yeah, and we sort of see that Ellie's squad is the same squad mates, and they're starting to kind of bond a little bit as a squad. They definitely seem to respect her a little bit more. And so they kind of adjourn and they go to talk about the orders they were just given. And Ellie makes note that the Hecht is carrying 8 self-detonating bombs identified as Kiev class, which is a level of firepower that is completely unnecessary for a simple aerial attack.
Right. So again, just showing you this like callousness that Gebler's being given these orders. So as the weight of what is happening finally settles on Ellie, she's like starting to understand what the orders actually are going to be. She protests the purge. Lambs are human. She cannot, in good conscience, go along with orders to purge them. And keep in mind that Ellie is considered a first-class Solarian and is from a good family. So the opinion that she stated was not something you would typically hear from someone of her heritage, and it earned more than a few odd looks from her crew.
In the meantime, Rico meets up with Faye and Citan back at the clinic where Faye is staying and lets them know in no uncertain terms that their alliance is at an end. The next time they meet in the arena, it will be as enemies. During their hunt for Redrum, Rico's he actually has sustained a wound on his arm, and Faye is concerned about him for that reason. But he does resolve to fight him anyway out of respect. Rico just tells him, hey, don't worry about it. We're enemies. Do not let compassion stand in your way. Doesn't matter if it's fair. This is how it is. Rico's very much a realist, I think.
Yeah. Pragmatic.
Yeah, very pragmatic. Yeah. And we start to get to know him a little bit around this time. He's an interesting guy. So, in light of this conversation, Faye returns to the Gear Battle Arena, and he wins the semi-final matchup. So, now that he has actually beaten everybody except the champ, he is positioned to fight Rico the next day. And his only hope of a pardon at this point is if he can somehow defeat Rico.
Right. So around this time, Hammer shows up after the semifinals with excitement, right? He encourages Faye to record his battle data at the memory cube. Go save your game.
Several times.
Yes. Don't forget to save. Afterwards, Faye, along with Sight and Hammer, actually begin their work on tuning up Veltal. So as they're working, it becomes clear that they're being forced to use inferior parts compared to Rico's, and Faye finds himself wondering if there's any way to requisition better ones.
Enter Wise Man. Without warning, Wise Man appears, and he scolds Faye for learning nothing since their last encounter. He then challenges Faye to a fight and just trounces him using his own technique. So we're talking the same martial arts, the same key-based techniques. I think he even uses Faye's guided shot against him in this encounter. And so it's just like baffling. Like, who is this guy? After the battle, Wise Man then offers some advice. When the mass and size of two fighters are different, the smaller fighter must commit themselves to a single strike at their opponent's fissure to bring them down. So basically use your smaller size to your advantage.
Right. Which turns out to be sound advice for Faye, but more on that in a minute.
Right. Before that, we see Faye demanding to know why Wise Man has the same fighting style as he does. Evidently, Wise Man was the one who brought Faye to Lahan 5 years ago. After realizing that Faye has lost his memories, Wise Man reveals that his father's name was Khan Wong, and the two of them were fellow students of the same martial art in the past.
Right. And we also learn how Khan had become an officer for Shevat. It was here that he met Faye's mother, Karen, and the two of them were wed and eventually had Faye before she tragically passed away.
Eventually, Wise Man would receive a letter from Khan reporting that Faye had been kidnapped by Graf, and Khan would beg him for his help in getting his son back. So the two of them searched everywhere, and Khan, as it turns out, was the first to find Faye and Graf. And by the time Wise Man arrived, Faye was in critical condition. So while Khan pursued Graf, Wise Man was left to basically take Faye to Lahan and leave him there to recover. And then followed Khan and Graf to try to continue assisting.
Right. But unfortunately, Wiseman lost track of Khan and has not been in contact with him since. And with that final piece of information, Wiseman leaves to continue his pursuit of Graf for the sake of the world and for Khan.
So, at this point, with Wise Man's advice fresh on Faye's mind, he is able to defeat Rico in the final round of the tournament and finally win a pardon and his freedom. And just a personal note here, though, all the tournament battles are very interesting. They're not standard battle system, like Xenogears battle system. They're not turn-based fights. They're literally kind of like fighting game. You run around, you have these like little ether bullets you can fire, and you just beat each other up. And it's a very action-based thing. It's actually very fun. The battle arena is very fun. And there's some post-game content in Xenogears for the battle arena. It's not much, because there's not really... This came from an era before a lot of post-game stuff. But this is the last story-based battle that you need to do
Right.
here in order to basically move on from this. So he defeats Rico. He attains his freedom. And afterward, Rico congratulates Faye on his victory, and he leaves to take care of something. He just doesn't allow it. He's like, hey, I need to go do a thing. Bye. And whatever that is, he doesn't want even his henchmen to follow him. And we see a small scene of him walking up to his gear, muttering, get him, myself, under his breath.
You're right. Meanwhile, Ellie and her team are making their way to their gears and end up meeting the pilot of the Hecht and the leader of the Elements. Remember them? Her name is Dominia Yizkor. I think I pronounced that right. It's here that Ellie finally learns the nature of their mission. So we're getting an official description. Their target is the ancient reactor nestled under Kislev to purge the lambs. Ellie obviously objects to this plan, but Dominia brushes her off. Apparently, Kislev houses something known as a gatekeeper. And according to Dominia, such advanced technology and knowledge aren't necessary for the lambs. In her mind, they are no better than common house pets, and that is all the justification she needs to wipe them out. It's also worth noting that Dominia was originally a land dweller as well, but her superiority is supported by the fact that she was chosen by Commander Ramses himself, and as such, she is not a lamb like the others. When confronted with this fact, Dominia actually accuses Ellie of shirking her own duty and proclaims that she will prove her value to the shepherds, or the Abel, in this case.
Not to be confused with Abel, the first contact.
Right. As if Xenogears isn't confusing enough already. Anyway, the scene concludes with several ships launching from Bledavik, the capital of Aveh, and piloting their way toward Kislev.
At this point, the scene returns to Faye, who's been given Rico's old accommodations as the new champion. Faye inquires about Rico and is informed that his gear went out of control during the group league bouts after the tournament and ended up crashing into the Kaiser's box office. Since then, no one has seen him. Rico just kind of peaced out. He disappeared. With his collar removed, Faye is now free to walk around the civilian block. With this newfound freedom, Faye, Hammer, and Citan begin discussing their plans to leave Nortune behind. So, even though Faye is free, they can't exactly leave. Nortune's kind of locked down at this point, so they're trying to figure out a way to get out. Unfortunately, Veltal is still under lock and key and needs to be recovered before they can leave. Basically, Faye and Citan and Hammer are under agreement. Like, they can't just leave the gear there.
Right.
They have to go get it, and they have to make their escape that way.
Right, so we've got the lockdown of the city plus the recovery of the gear. So, in the spirit of doing those things, Hammer actually leaves to find more information on Veltal's location, while Faye and Citan go to meet the Kaiser, who has invited the new champion to a meeting. Along the way, we actually run into Big Joe again, this guy. He cons Faye out of 5,000 G to look at something that's really interesting in an alley he's blocking. And of course, it turns out to be nothing, and he ends up running away while bragging about his success.
I love Big Joe.
He's such a jerk.
Yeah, he is a jerk. Yeah. Oh man, it's really, he's like, hey, it's real interesting. It'd be a real shame if
cool. Yeah.
FOMO. Oh my god. Yeah. But yeah, after those shenanigans, Faye and Citan meet with Kaiser Sigmund, and he asks them to join forces with him. But before Faye can even answer, Rico just falls out of the ceiling right in front, like right between, he just smashes into the floor. What are you doing, Rico?
Oh,
so at least we know what he's doing, kind of. And so he's like, whoops, sorry, and he just leaves. So while attempting to escape, he discovers an ornate bedroom. He's basically looking for door. He's like, where do I go? Where do I go? I'm lost. And he just goes into a door, and the door recognizes him and lets him in. It unlocks. And he ends up in an ornate bedroom, and it brings back memories of his childhood.
Right. We get a flashback of Rico's mother and of how she died when he was still young, not long after he began developing demi-human traits. So, to be clear, in this imagery, it's like he's more human but he begins to develop these more demi-human traits before he becomes the legally distinct Blanca from Street Fighter that we see in Xenogears.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of as he reaches adolescence, he starts to look different. He's got longer nails. All sorts of distinctions start developing. And then, by the time he's an adult, he looks the way he does.
Right.
Green, orange hair, all of that. So as he's kind of going through this, Faye catches up with Rico and scolds him for doing something so reckless. And the Kaiser and his guards kind of follow behind, and Rico is taken away. But in the meantime, we learn that the bedroom has a DNA lock that can only open for specific people. Specifically, it's for the Kaiser. And the Kaiser claims that it's malfunctioning.
Which we don't buy for a second.
No, we do not.
Liar! Anyway,
Yeah.
After their meeting with the Kaiser, Faye and Seitan end up meeting with Hammer, and he explains that Veltal has been moved to an underground dock under D-Block's battling arena. The only way to access this is actually going to be through the ducts, which are in the supply train's tunnel. So they head out to find out what the train's schedule is.
Along the way, a group of battlers intercept Faye and Seitan to explain what happened with Steer, which is Rico's gear. The accident was actually caused not by something Rico did, but by interference from the Ethos. Basically, the objective here was to eliminate the Kaiser because he has replaced most of the battle committee with his own people, and he basically was cutting Ethos influence out of kind of what they're doing. And the Ethos is not very happy about that. Their whole,
Right.
as a reminder, their whole thing is we provide the gears, we have control of the supply of gears, we're guardians of the world's culture. So they're pissed and they want the Kaiser eliminated, and they want to use Rico as a scapegoat.
Right.
They do this because years earlier, Rico was actually run out of town due to anti-demi-human sentiment from the Kaiser. And the Ethos were aware of the resulting hatred he felt, and so he had the motive, and so he's been framed. And now, Rico is sentenced to be executed.
Right. And Faye and Seitan would not allow that to happen. And so together, to add on to their list of things to do, they plot to rescue Rico from the arena on their way out of Nortune. But they still can't do anything without Veltal.
So, like all heroes, it's time for additional violence.
That's right.
So, as planned, Faye and Seitan jump on top of the supply train. Very hazardous venture. But they make it safely somehow, and they make their way through the ducts, because of course ducts are large enough for people to walk, crawl through and stuff.
Yes. Not
You know how it
cracking
is.
ducks, though. D-U-C-T-S.
Yeah, no. Ducts. Yes. And so, they go through this. There's a whole dungeon here, but basically they locate Veltal and they escape to the arena. And we cut to Rico, who's on foot in the arena, and he's set to fight a Rancor, which is, what we fought way back at the beginning of the game. We needed a gear to fight it. It's this massive monster. And, it's funny because the Rancor is called basically the same thing in Star Wars. If you remember Return of the Jedi in Jabba's palace, I think Luke gets tossed into that pit, and there's this giant monster. About the same proportions, honestly. It looks different in Xenogears, but it's called the same thing.
Yeah.
Um,
The influences are strong with this one.
Yeah, there's plenty of Star Wars influence in this game. Yeah. It's not straight up just like this is Star Wars, but you can see the influences.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Star Wars is awesome. But yeah, Rico is supposed to fight off this Rancor on foot without his gear. And so he's about to get eaten alive, of course. But Faye busts in and Veltal and defeats the beast really easily. And then he jumps out and he starts, talking tough a little bit, pretending that it's simply a matter of coincidence and he's just making his escape. And he encourages Rico to never give up. It's just kind of a, Faye, we know what you're doing. Like, we're talking this way for Rico's benefit here.
Right, of course. Never give up.
Yep.
Never surrender.
Exactly.
But of course, everything can't be super smooth. The ground trembles as Hecht and the Gabler forces have made their appearance finally. Seitan is quickly able to conclude that their plan to attack the power plant and destroy the capital. Because he just has that kind of knowledge, I guess. At once, Faye and Seitan spring into action. Faye departs in Veltal to confront the Gebler forces, and Sidon works to evacuate as many civilians as he can.
So as they're doing this, Rico is left behind, and he's trying to decide what to do. He's kind of just in his head. He's really upset about everything that's gone down recently. But in the end, he realizes that his cynicism is pointless, and he rushes to assist Faye in Steer. So, if you recall, Ellie was part of this assault. She's got her unit there, and she's basically providing cover for Dominia in the Hecht. And so, once again, Faye has to confront Ellie and their gears. And he tells her once again to leave the military and asks if duty can truly justify killing so many innocent people, explaining that he fights to save lives and to stop the bloodshed. Ellie is unable to battle Faye any longer at this point, and she lets him go. But in the meantime, she warns him to avoid Dominia entirely, and she fears that she would be too much for Faye to handle because she is an elite among the elite, one of the elements, one of the elite fighters of Solaris.
Faye, of course, ignores Ellie's warning and confronts Dominia alongside Rico. She actually ends up utilizing super air rods, which we talked about the air rods before, and she uses those against Faye and Rico. It's a hard battle, but Faye and Rico actually are able to defeat Dominia, and so humiliated, she escapes the ship.
They don't have time to pursue her at this point. They've got bigger fish to fry. The Hecht is still on a crash course for the reactor, and it's just going to nuke Nortune to ashes at this point. So their priority has been dictated, and they're doing everything they can in their gears, Veltal and Steer, but they can't stop the ship. It's just too massive, and the propulsion is just too good on the ship. But fortunately, Ellie basically turns her coat at this point. She appears in Virge to assist, and with her help, they manage to slightly deviate the Hecht's course just enough to avoid a direct hit on the reactor.
Right. And they aren't out of the woods yet, though, as the ship is now headed for the residential sector. Ooh boy. So, Faye and Rico's gears eventually overheat, which is kind of forcing them to disengage. Meanwhile, Ellie continues to divert the Hecht away from the residential sector until her gear is completely depleted of power. So she ends up plummeting to the ground, and the Hecht explodes on impact. Ellie survives the explosion, but only because Groth appears, of all things, in Alpha Veltal and shields Virge with its wings.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we've seen Alpha Veltal with its wings extended in that configuration. Before, we just kind of saw it, it kind of shows up and it's got its arms crossed, it's in a power pose. But at this point, we see it in action, and apparently the explosion of the Hecht is nothing. It can just nope, not letting Ellie or her gear get vaporized.
Mm-hmm.
Why he does this, though, we don't know.
Well, you and I know.
We know.
The player doesn't know.
Yeah, it is not clear yet.
Right.
So, at this point, Ellie joins the group, and she actually joins formally at this point. And together, they plot their escape from Kislev once again. They're kind of back to, we got to get out of here.
Right.
But we have our gears at this point. So, there's a military facility to the north that houses a huge airship known as Goliath, and they plan to steal it.
I mean, who doesn't want to commandeer a huge airship?
I want one. I wouldn't mind having Goliath at all. It's pretty great.
It is a giant awesome ship.
It's a giant plane-looking thing. It's huge.
It is
pretty
huge.
Cool.
Yep.
So they make a plan, and it's a pretty good plan. Ellie already knows the facility. She's very familiar with it because it's the very same one she stole Veltal from at the very beginning of the game. So they make a plan, they put it in place, and they attempt to break through the guards around the city. Rico, at this point, joins with them. He joins the party as well, and he believes it's best to let things cool down in Nortune before eventually returning.
Right. And along the way, who should appear again but Big Joe?
Big Joe!
He waxes poetically about how they should be more open and deep like the sea, and to not become a boring adult, before directing them to find the M disc in the alley where he conned Faye out of his money initially.
Gotta love Big Joe, yeah. Like, apparently there was something there, or maybe he felt bad and put the M disc there. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know.
The dude
Big
is,
Joe.
the dude is everywhere in this game.
He just does things. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and he actually has a great story, too. We'll get to it later, but...
Right.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, for sure. But yeah, eventually, once we're done with that nonsense, the party reaches the facility where the super airship Goliath is docked, and they commandeer it for their own purposes. So while they're escaping past the border, they are intercepted by Groth, who takes on 3 gears, so that's Steer, Veltal, and Virge, with his bare hands. He shows up on the wing of the Goliath, gets out of his gear, and starts beating up these gears with his bare hands.
This dude is crazy powerful. It's insane.
Yep. And just as he's about to kind of finish them off, make another move, Citan sees they're in trouble. So just to kind of recap here, we've got the group who is Faye, Ellie, Rico, Citan, and Hammer on board the Goliath. So 3 of them are fighting on top, and Citan is piloting the ship, and Hammer is in there as well. So Citan is like, I'm going to spill him off the wing. Like, this is not going well. So he banks the ship. Alpha Veltal just kind of flies off the side, and Groth follows. But you think being tossed off of a airship is enough to deal with him? Absolutely not. He lands on top of his gear and continues to pursue them by piloting it while standing on top of it. Because he's just so extra. It's wild. Oh, Groff. So, at this point, it's time for Hammer to use his mad skills to save the day. He gets on the cannon, and he blasts Alpha Veltal and Graf out of the sky with Goliath's weapons. In case it needs to be said, though, Graf is fine. He's just kind of annoyed.
Right. Oh.
Dude's way too powerful to be dealt with by a cannon. Yeah.
Right.
So they've dealt with this crisis. They're on their way. They reunite on the bridge. But Citan and Faye, in particular Faye, gets a sense that there's this deja vu. There's some kind of bad feeling they have, like they're being watched or something. And we see the scene shift to a periscope that's watching the Goliath.
On board the now Yggdrasil 2, which is a submarine named after the Sand Cruiser, Bart orders the ship to surface. He assumes that Kislev is taking revenge against Bledavik for the events that happened in Nortune. And he rashly orders his crew to launch a volley of... Hold on, let me check my notes. Bart missiles at the Goliath.
Missiles!
Maybe he drank too much Bart Weiser before making this decision. This guy. Anyway.
We hear about Bart Weiser and Bledavik, by the way. That's if you wander around before the tournament.
Yes.
Like, oh, I should get another Bart Weiser. Oh my god, so good. Fantastic.
Anyway, the craft is hit, because of course it is, so Citan does his best to maintain altitude while the others make their way to the escape pods. Bart, meanwhile, celebrates his victory until he realizes that the Goliath is on a crash course directly toward them. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that an explosion follows.
Yeah. So at this point, we have been... Oh, man, Bart and his crew, they perished. That sucks. Oh, wait, he's alive. Oh, wait, a giant warship just came down on his submarine, and there's a huge... Is he dead again? What's going... Bart! Think before you do things. You know, my god. Yeah, it's wild, man. But yeah, Bart's fine. Anyway, so...
I think I lost it with Bart missiles.
Yeah, the Bart missiles were fantastic. The Bart Weiser is an enduring meme, I swear. If Xenogears had been more of a like widely received game, especially nowadays, Bart Weiser would be everywhere. It'd be an actual drink, I swear.
Probably.
So, at this point, Ramses and Myung happen to be nearby when they receive a report regarding some dimensional vibrations near Ignis that involve a gatekeeper. Ramses believes that it is Shevat's Afel Ora, which is, I believe, the first mention of Shevat's capital. Very, very cool name. I like Afel Ora. However, it's not Shevat. It turns out that the mass is much smaller, and it seems more likely to be Kislev's gatekeeper instead. And at this point, Graf, of course, appears before them and eggs on Ramses to pursue the lead, explaining that Faye is on board and is headed to Aquavie. So most of what's happened so far has taken place in Ignis, but Aquavie is another area of this world. Ignis, fire, Aquavie, water. And I think this is the first mention that we have of like, okay, the Goliath has like a gatekeeper on board. What the heck is this?
Right.
You know, more on that soon.
Well, as you can imagine, the tactic works. Ramses orders an emergency alert to attack the Kislev ship. Myong objects to this since there's no official orders from the top brass. But Ramses doesn't care. At this point, he's blinded by the rage he feels and probably some embarrassment from the last time he got trounced by Faye. So
oh yes, yeah we're gonna get more about that, but yeah, at this point we know like he keeps getting beaten by this guy and he's pissed. He is done with this. So you know, as he's ranting about I'm gonna get him, you know, Myung, she leaves the bridge and she's confronted by Graf privately in a very kind of confusing conversation. Graf confronts her, and he claims that her tricks will do her no good. Myung states that she's only trying to help, and she cites how she already got those shackles off. And she continues to explain that the vessel will only respond to the chosen one, but Faye is also necessary for Ramses, serving as the meaning behind his existence. Finally, we see her thanking Graf for helping her before and asking about his motives. Did he do it for her, for Faye, for himself? In any case, Ramses launches from Bledavik with Aquavie in his sights, and we're left asking questions. What in the heck are Graf and Myong talking about? And, you know, without getting too deep into the weeds here, basically they're talking about the events that just happened and how they seem to be orchestrating some things. And we'll talk a little more about that, I think, a little bit later here. But basically, the comment I want to make here is she cites how she already helped him get those shackles off. Who was shackled recently? Faye. Faye was shackled recently. That's how I take that. It's a little ambiguous, and there's some more details of it, and we can talk about that later. But for now, that's I think, a good clarification of that. So Ramses is headed for Aquavie, and he receives a message from Kelvana that Dominia is in the area in Hashayo.
Right. Meanwhile, the Digimen, the Gazil Ministry, and the Soul 9000 are discussing Ramses. He was given direct orders to excavate anima relics and watch over the lambs, but he has abandoned that duty in pursuit of Faye. And there's some back and forth regarding Ramses's psychological state, and at one point the word Nigret is used.
Nigret.
I will put that probably up on the screen so you know what I'm saying. It looks like night without the HT and RET instead. Anyway.
Yeah, it looks like a proper name.
Right. Some believe this to be the name of one of the Digimen, but it's actually just a mistranslation of the word neglect. Regardless, the conversation shifts to Faye at this point. So the Gazil have noticed that the people gathering around Faye seem to contain what is known as the Animus Factor, something that is of great interest to them for reasons that you may recall from our part 1 of this retrospective.
That's right. The Gazil also bring up Krelian at this time. I think this may be the first mention of Krelian.
I think so.
And yeah, Krelian is also heading toward Aquavie in order to excavate something called Zeboim's Legacy. And what we know about it at this point is it's a technology that he's been seeking for some time. So we have another player entering the board at this point. And as they're discussing this, Cain makes an appearance before the Gazil and confirms their suspicion. He kind of shows up on the monitor and is talking to them. And he explains that Krelian is, in fact, after the nanotechnology thought lost within the Zeboim Ruins deep under Aquavi's ocean. And that's a secret that has been kept by the Ethos for 19 years.
And between Krelian, Faye, and Ramses, it's starting to feel like some events may be coming to a head.
Indeed they are. In fact, the Digimen have noticed that the way they are now are very similar to the events of 500 years ago. So things are starting to look oddly familiar to them. Specifically, this is in regards to the contact and the animus converging around him. In response, Cain inquires about an attempt to eliminate Faye, but the Ministry concludes that the best course of action for now is to continue observing the situation. So they tried to eliminate the contact. They tried to nuke the Imperial capital, Nortune, and they failed, so they're going to watch the situation for now.
Maybe bombs weren't such a good idea.
Who would have thought?
Again, this plays a little into what we've covered in part 1 of the retrospective. 500 years ago, when Sophia ended up sacrificing herself to end a war, right? They are noting that the contact of that era, Lahan, and Faye are showing several similarities.
Right. Afterward, the Ministry began to belittle Cain's belief in Ananelbe, which is a long-awaited man of God.
Yeah, and without going too much into detail, this man of God was basically meant to be a savior for humanity and bring the people on the planet to a new horizon.
The Gazil don't hold this belief, though. Instead, they are so drunk with power at this point that they actually view themselves as gods instead.
Right. We cut to Ellie, who wakes up on board a platform floating in the ocean. She immediately starts looking for Faye, who appears out of a compartment. Like, you see this like flat surface, and then he just like pops his head essentially out of this compartment. And based on what he was able to find, they only have about 2 days worth of food rations. So he encourages Ellie, stating that the others are okay. So she's clearly worried. There's this whole explosion thing. Remember, the Goliath just careened into the ocean. So there's a whole lot of things going on right now. Elsewhere, Hammer and Rico are awakened by Citan aboard the Yggdrasil 2.
And Citan actually escorts Rico to meet with Bart for the first time. Understandably, Bart apologizes profusely for what has just happened. But, equally understandably, Rico's response is to punch Bart in the face.
It was a long time coming.
Yeah, I think he deserved it.
Yeah, honestly. Back with Faye and Ellie on the wreckage of the Goliath, Ellie is investigating the compartment we saw Faye exit previously. She actually discovers that their gears, Beltal and Vierge, are in there, conveniently, but they're completely inaccessible due to them being blocked by a very thick wall and a lot of water. So when Ellie exits the compartment, she discovers Faye jumping back and forth after a fish in an attempt to catch it, of all things. It's so ridiculous. But he actually is successful, believe it or not, and they discuss whether or not the fish is even safe to eat.
It's the funny, like this fish, I don't know what the hell this fish has been eating, but it's jumping out of the water over this like divide or whatever that's part of this debris. And Faye is jumping out, so it's just, hey, get back here, hey.
Yeah.
It's kind of anyway, yeah, it's hilarious. So while they discuss the wisdom in eating an unknown fish, they spot kind of an overhead craft, and we have seen this craft before. We saw it basically back in Dazil. Faye ends up going into the desert basically to find Citan, and we see it flying low overhead. It's this big kind of donut-shaped craft with a weird shield around it,
right,
like an energy shield. And Ellie identifies it as Shevat, and it's floating overhead. And she comments that it is floating at its usual altitude and that it's also beyond Solaris's reach. Due to the gate technology it uses, access is nearly impossible.
And remembering that his father was reportedly from Shevat, Faye wonders how a floating object can be a country. Honestly, I remember having the same thought at the time.
Yep. And I believe Wise Man is the one that tells Faye back when they're in Nortune that his father went to Shevat and was a member of the military of that country, I believe. But yeah, how can a floating thing be a country? It's a good question. And if you remember, Ramses also mentioned Afel Ara. So what exactly is that? Is it a part of this floating thing? Is the floating thing the capital? More to come on that, for sure. So there is a lot of back and forth here between scenes. So just to kind of go through it here, we cut back to Bart, who's on the deck of Yggdrasil 2, and he is also observing Shevat in the sky. He's wallowing in self-pity at this point, and he wonders where Faye and Ellie are. He's learned they're alive, they're okay, but now he has no idea where they are, and it's kind of his fault. So he resolves to apologize again. And he seeks out Rico to follow through on that, only to discover that not only has Rico moved on and doesn't care anymore, but he's enjoying the gear hanger on the ship. And in the end, he asks to join Bart's group. And so then Bart decides to go over and apologize to Citan as well for the turn of events. And the conversation leads to discovering that the crest that they actually found on Yggdrasil 2 belongs to Shevat as well. So he kind of talks about how I think we go into this a little bit, but he talks about how they sank into this cavern. They discovered an identical ship to Yggdrasil, but it was a submarine and it has this other crest on it. And I believe they're speculating that it's Shevat's crest at this point.
Yggdrasil is a very recurring name for a lot of reasons.
Yes, it is.
I'll leave it at that for now, but this guy.
This guy here.
Yeah, back with Faye and Ellie, who are still trapped aboard the wreckage. Faye is starting to spiral in his own level of self-pity as he begins to question his own motives for helping. He's realizing that what he really wanted was to feel needed. Ellie's response to this is actually very kind. She explains that after her encounters with Faye previously, she felt compelled to do something, and so she essentially concluded that doing anything was better than doing nothing. And we have this quote from her directly, where she's saying, it's okay not to feel whole. Even if you only feel partially complete, if you repeat that enough, eventually it'll be whole.
Yeah, very good stuff here. They kind of wax philosophical a little bit and talk about, is altruism even possible? What are your motives for doing anything?
Right.
Why do you help people? And, I think Ellie shows herself to be very wise here. Mm-hmm. And it's a very interesting kind of conversation about, what that all means, what exactly it is, how you deal with feeling shattered,
yeah,
not complete, incomplete, whole, not whole. So yeah, it's pretty great. I quite like it. I can't help but point out that it's one of my favorite scenes of this game. And so kind of, in their discussion, Ellie ends up resolving not to go back to her squad. But she does consider going back home, returning to Solaris. Given all that's happened, she's probably regarded as MIA, and so she feels it's probably safe for her to go home, but she's not going to go back to her squad or military at this point.
Yep. And then the conversation goes back to the previous topic. And so we have a lot of conversational pieces going back and forth. Don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone wants to be needed at times. All of us want to give something inside ourselves to others to be accepted, even me. And then to reinforce this, she confesses to having shared some of her rations with Faye earlier so that they wouldn't starve, because there was a moment where they were hungry and she shared what was left of her rations. And while it was a good action, she also did it for her own sake and made it and did it to make herself feel better. Excuse me. And just to continue quote her, selfish, I admit, but I think it's okay to be that way at first. But little by little, you learn about your own happiness. And someday, you're able to share that important part of you with someone else. Someday. Ellie is beginning to realize that the connection she shares with Faye, though she doesn't understand it yet, she's beginning to feel it and understand it. So she feels like she told him all of this once before, a long time ago, but she kind of brushes it off as just her imagination. After all, they've only just met. How could she possibly have said this to him before?
Once again, a character has a weird feeling about something. What's going on here?
Totally not the Force. It's fine.
Yeah. We don't know yet, or do we? So, the next day, the pair of them awaken early and spot a sea vessel approaching. By a stroke of fate, or luck, they are rescued just in time before they can starve to death, basically, by the Thames, or the Thames. I'm going to say the Thames, I think. But I think it's named after the river Thames. Thames? Yeah. Thames? Maybe we'll say Thames. We'll do that.
Okay, you can just butcher us in the comments for mispronouncing it, and we'll move on.
Yeah, it's weird. So I played this not knowing how to pronounce a lot of things, and so things like the Thames are kind of holdovers from that era, and I think I've heard people say that, but we'll call it the Thames. Let's try to be a little accurate here. So anyway, the crew rescues them, and they manage to salvage and repair their gears for them as well.
Which is quite an incredible stroke of luck, to say the least, that they just happened upon Faye and Ellie. Evidently, they were in the area as they had been just given the job by the Ethos to find some sort of buried treasure in Aquavie.
Immediately after this, we see Dominia and Kelvina in the underwater gear that was mentioned once before, Hashayo. They are tracking the Yggdrasil 2 and discussing how it is a carrier for that gear.
Ah, yes. The ever-present usage of vague terminology so that you're never quite sure exactly what is being talked about, even if you have a good inclination.
Happens a lot.
So much.
For sure. Yep. But at this point, we do sort of know, like, okay, who are they chasing down? Why do they keep... Hey, maybe it's Faye's gear. So Dominia ends up taking control of Hashayo with plans to sink the Yggdrasil 2 so that the gear does not trouble the commander again, Ramses. And this is in direct contravention of their current orders. They're deviating from their objective, which is to investigate the disappearance of Goliath from Aquavie airspace.
Right. Back with Ellie and Faye, we see them having dinner with the captain of the Thames. As a side note, I just love this dude's bombastic personality. He's such a fun character. We are men of the sea.
Men have courage and have appetites.
Exactly. Anyway, a battle breaks out nearby. The captain has every intention to join in. Hans, his first-mate's officer, which is a dolphin, by the way,
Hans
objects to this, but the captain simply just brushes him off, claiming that he just doesn't understand the code of the men of the sea. And so Faye ends up looking through the captain's telescope and actually spots the Yggdrasil 2 coming under attack. So both Faye and Ellie immediately climb into their newly repaired gears and leave to assist.
Things at the Yggdrasil are already dicey by the time Faye and Ellie arrive. Bart is fighting underwater in Brigandier, and he hasn't been properly fitted to do that yet.
Right.
So he can't do much. He's just kind of trying to hold them off. And Seitan and Rico are on top of the ship, and they're trying to ready depth charges. So when Faye and Ellie arrive, they decide to dive and help Bart, who is he's struggling to hold off Hashayo. So the three of them, they basically fend off Dominia and Kelvina until the depth charges are dropped by the Yggdrasil. However, they're forced to withdraw but not before they capture Ellie and take her along with them. So they literally just like grab her gear and leave, basically.
You see, Dominia has a big problem with Ellie. She confronts Ellie for siding with the lambs and declares that that personal ability is the difference between the able and the lambs. Ellie doesn't agree, and this sentiment is kind of brands Ellie as a traitor by Dominia. Because, again, from Dominia's perspective, Ellie's betraying her own country for a man.
After the battle, Yggdrasil 2 ends up docking with the Thames. So Faye and Bart are reunited, finally, and they take turns kind of sharing their exploits. They're catching up a little bit. So Bart explains that after his battle with the Red Gear, and this is kind of what I was alluding to before, he and the others sank into a cave that just happened to contain a nearly identical prototype cruiser that they remodeled to create the Yggdrasil 2. So this is a prototype that they have set up, and it was basically a predecessor to his ship, which is now presumably at the bottom of the desert, destroyed or nearly destroyed.
Talk about a wild stroke of luck.
Yep. So this cruiser, while similar in many regards, does have a different arsenal of Shevat weaponry, so it's a little more advanced.
While the two are talking, Faye actually escorts Bart and the others to go greet the captain of the Thames. And along the way, they discuss plans to keep Margie and Nisan safe. Their next course of action should be to remove Shakan to ensure that the sect is not getting attacked again.
While Bart is greeting the captain, Margie shows up. During their interactions, she accidentally lets that Bart was the one who fired on the Goliath to Faye. Understandably, this leaves Faye disgusted and angry with him. He literally says, "I'm just disgusted."
Right. But, I mean, Faye's feelings don't get brushed off exactly, but the conflict does seem to resolve rather quickly, as both Bart and the captain agree that they are men of the sea, and traipse over to the beer hall, leaving behind Faye and his concern for Ellie's well-being.
Yeah. Cut to Ellie at this point, and she's on board a Gebler ship and in custody. And the first thing we see is Dominia slapping her across the face for her naive utterances. But before things can get much further with them, Myang shows up and interrupts the interrogation, if you could call it that, ordering Dominia to stop and taking charge of the situation. Dominia protests, but Myang counters that she actually disobeyed Kelvana's orders and attacked without permission, forcing Ellie to defend herself. Myang even goes so far as accusing Dominia of acting on her own personal prejudices rather than any concrete evidence to support Ellie being a traitor. And she finishes by stating that she will handle this matter from this point on.
As you can imagine, Dominia is none too pleased about this outcome, and she actually attempts to confront Myang about it. However, we see Myang's eyes flash, and then she leaves Dominia dumbfounded with Ellie in tow. Once they've gotten some distance, Ellie explains everything that's been going on to Myang. Her response to this is essentially, "You have nothing to worry about," before zapping Ellie with her hypno eyes again, or something, I don't know. And she leaves the dazed Ellie in a room by herself, but not before complimenting her on how beautiful her eyes are. Creep.
Yep. Myang's attention then turns to Ramses, and she gives him the report from the recent Hasheo battle. He recognizes Veltal from the report, and, to our great surprise, orders an immediate course change to intercept the party at the Thames.
Right.
Rather than advising against such an action at this time, Myang suggests that they should disable the Yggdrasil's ability to submerge beneath the water's surface. And she goes so far as to state that arrangements have already been made to accomplish this. Then we see Virge leaving the Gebler ship.
So Faye goes in search of Bart and finds him aboard the Thames with the captain. They're both currently in the midst of flexing and bragging about their exploits, shouting how it's proof of the men of the sea. And while this is going on, an officer shows up and actually reports that Ellie has returned. She makes a brief appearance before retiring to the Yggdrasil to rest.
And Bart's kind of immediately wary of this whole situation. He doesn't believe that Ellie will double-cross the group. She's not there to kind of sabotage things. But he is worried about her family and what might come of her betraying her own people. So he's kind of seeing like, okay, there's potential for some problems in the future. She kind of has some loose ends that are probably not going to get tied up properly here. And so when he returns to the Yggdrasil, he has Sigurd order more torpedoes for the ship. He's kind of anticipating trouble here. And then afterward, he checks in on Margie, who acknowledges that it was important she evaded Shakan's capture, but she hopes that the sisters are okay at this point.
And they turn their attention to checking on Ellie. She was initially resting in the doctor's office, but disappeared before they showed up. Instead, we actually see her in the engine room. And after convincing the engineer on duty that the first mate wanted to speak with him, she proceeds to sabotage the engine, setting it to explode before screaming and collapsing.
That's right. Seitan actually arrives just in time. So basically, Faye and Bart kind of catch what she's doing, and that's when she kind of collapses. And so we see kind of the engine kind of sparking and going out of control, overheating. But Seitan shows up, and he reverses the damage Ellie has done. So things slowly start to settle back down, and Seitan explains that Ellie was under the influence of hypnosis. And so she's taken back to the doctor, where she recovers. And once she wakes up, she seems confused about where she is and how she got there.
But before they can really get into it, a gear approaches, and Bart orders the Yggdrasil to launch so that they can defend themselves. Ellie insists on participating, and Seitan agrees. He goes so far as to say that she should fight for her honor, that their trust in her depends on the upcoming battle. He also threatens to shoot her if she does anything suspicious.
He's got a lot riding on this.
Yeah, to say the least.
So the approaching gear is actually a gear called Blade Gash. It is Dominya's personal gear. And so she's coming back to basically challenge them again, finish the job. But she gets overwhelmed by them very quickly. So the party pops out of Yggdrasil and confronts her kind of on top, and she's defeated. And it's then that they realize there is also an underwater attack happening. So they dive into the water, and once again, it's Hasheo, and this time, Ramses is piloting it by himself, and he is supported by Miang and her same gear that we've seen before, the C1 Virage.
And during the fight, Ramses asks Faye where his other gear is. But Faye has no idea what's going on. What he's going on about. Like, what do you mean other gear? I've always used this one. Of course, at the time, neither did I.
Whoops. So, Hasheo is defeated again. Ramses, once again, like, it's his job to get beaten up by Faye over and over.
It seems like it.
Yeah. But he's relentless. Like, he's done with this. He wants him gone. He wants to kill Faye. So bad. So he just aggressively, after basically the party ruptures the main tank of Hasheo and is forcing a retreat, he goes on one final grand strike against Faye. He hits him several times, and he ends up rupturing and flooding Veltal's cockpit, which badly injures Faye from, temperature, being underwater, and, of course, just the actual damage as well.
Right.
He's not in good shape at this point. The alarm's going off. But before Ramses can totally finish him off, Ellie, she uses her air odds and she damages Hasheo. It's this point, actually, the main tank goes and Ramses is forced to retreat. So he's damaged pretty heavily by the group, and then Ellie forces his retreat at this point. And so she's basically redeemed herself at this point. They trust her now.
Right.
But unfortunately, Faye has been injured.
Again. Unconscious again.
Yep.
Faye is carried to the doctor on the Thames to recover. At this point, Faye is on life support, but the doctor's kind of confused by this, as he can't determine any reason for Faye to be in his condition. So he ends up recommending that the party seek help from the advanced medical facilities at the Ethos HQ. The downside to that is these facilities aren't really accessible to ordinary citizens. You would need to be introduced by or become a monk within the Ethos Order.
Fortunately, there just happens to be an Etone, an Etoner of Sens from the Ethos, on board the Thames currently for an investigation.
And to be specific, Etones cleanse away the Reapers, also known as Wells, that mostly appear in the Aquavie region. Red rum is an example of a Wells. So we've seen one of these, we just didn't know what it was called at the time. And in a lot of ways, they're essentially undead hunters. Even if that isn't like the exact correlation, it's probably the closest thing to like one sentence it, you know? So.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, Faye is out of action. So Ellie ends up taking charge, and she goes with Bart to track down the Etone on board the Thames, while Citan moves Faye and the machinery, kind of life support machinery, keeping him alive, back over to the Yggdrasil. Along the way, Bart and Ellie run into Margie, who also happens to be searching for the elusive Etone on the deck of the Thames. During this encounter, they overhear a group of thugs talking about selling a little girl.
Scumbags.
Ellie and Bart, of course, jump to the girl's defense before a well-placed bullet makes the thugs back off. So they're about to get into a scuffle, but somebody shoots between them and the thugs decide they're done. And they flee from the scene when they realize that the source of the shot was a man named Josiah. After they flee, Josiah turns his gun on Ellie, calling her a dog of Solaris. Fortunately for her, Citan intervenes and he clears up the misunderstanding. And since Josiah recognizes Citan, who he calls Huga, he relents.
And it turns out that the little girl that Ellie and Bart were helping was Primera, who is the mute daughter of Josiah. Despite her inability to speak, though, she does seem to have this innate ability to communicate with Josiah to at least some capacity.
Josiah, or Jesse, as people call him, takes a moment to catch up with Citan, and we learn that he is also the father of the Etone that they are looking for.
Billy Lee Black, both priest and Etone.
Yep. And when Billy appears, he offers to introduce the group to the Ethos since they saved his sister. Before he departs to take care of some other business, he speaks with Margie briefly about their comparative religious beliefs, him being of the Ethos and her being of Nisan.
Right, which ends up being a pretty interesting conversation, actually.
Oh yeah, they talk about some of their differences. It's pretty brief, but they discuss wanting to talk about it more in depth later.
Right.
Which, very interesting.
So with Billy tagging along, essentially, the party departs the Thames and makes their way to the Ethos HQ. Billy meets them there, actually, and escorts them to the practice hall's infirmary. Along the way, they meet Verlaine, who accuses Josiah of attacking an excavation site and injuring many brothers and workers. Eventually, they meet with the Ethos doctor, who assures the group that Faye will make a full recovery. He has simply overexerted himself and is exhausted to the point of being in his current comatose state. But, to be on the safe side, they want to keep him for some additional tests. So Ellie elects to stay with Faye while they do this, and the others kind of disperse and do their own things. Right.
Citan and Bart, essentially they explore the HQ, at least the parts of it they can go to, and they gather information regarding the Ethos. There are a lot of people hanging out in the HQ that kind of spout lore at you. We'll talk about some of it here. So through them, we learn that the Ethos has a very stern doctrine of faith that is built around helping people against the threat of the Reapers. The library, likewise, contains much information regarding Babel Tower. Allegedly, it was constructed by a people who tried to reach a god in the sky. In anger, this god destroyed the tower with his thunder. Should sound a little familiar if you're familiar with the term Babel Tower. Additionally, the people who built the tower were said to have been so afraid of God's revenge that they ran away to the sky. They formed a house of sinning hermits known as Shevat.
That's not quite how Shevat came into being, though, is it? This kind of shows that information has been corrupted over the long years on this planet.
Right. It's actually one of the things I really, really like is there are a lot of flawed narrators in this game, and they are set against each other. And this is one of them that we've seen. We're kind of seeing the Ethos perspective on some of the history of the planet. So after kind of looking around a little bit and kind of bothering people, talking to everyone, finding locked doors, they return to the infirmary, and they learn that Faye is actually fine, and he's being transported back to the Yggdrasil. But he's just completely exhausted. That's why he's unconscious. And basically the advice is leave him alone. He'll wake up when he wakes up.
He'll get there eventually. It's fine.
Yeah. So at this point, Faye is just out of action. Like, we don't have access to him in the party, so we're going to have various party leads. So the rest of the party, basically they hatch a plan to go thank Billy for his help at the nearby orphanage where he lives.
Exactly. So they make their way to the orphanage to thank Billy. While doing so, Sigurd arrives with news of a mysterious large ship that's in the area. Jesse also makes an appearance, and the reunion turns rather chaotic because Billy recognizes Sigurd, calling him Siggy, and he ends up clashing with Bart over his manners and attitude because Bart is very lackadaisical. He doesn't really have so much formality, so he's just like, hey bud, and from Billy's perspective, that is unacceptable because Siggy is the best. Sigurd is awesome though, so it's cool. Anyway, Jesse, on the other hand, drags Sigurd and Citan off to the bar aboard the Yggdrasil to have some drinks and reminisce about the old times.
Yeah, this scene is just very funny because of how out of control it gets. I don't know if you go to a social gathering and people start showing up and then you just realize, hey, I have no control over what's going on right now. That's what happens here.
Loud noises.
Yeah, everyone's just like super raucous and stuff, and then, like there's some people are having a little bit of a beef with you. Every friendship Bart forms, I'm convinced, is it starts with antagonism first.
Of course.
Just the kind of guy he is. It's like, okay, yeah, he fights good. I like him. He's my friend.
He fights good.
Yeah. So after this commotion abates, at the orphanage, Billy encounters Bishop Stone, who assigns him to investigate a newly appeared Ethos transport ship. Bart makes the connection that this ship must be the same one that Sigurd reported on, and insists on helping Billy because he suspects Reapers are involved. They agree to meet the next day before departing.
And as the day is winding down, we actually see Jesse confront Billy at the orphanage about his choices. He's urging Billy to quit his position, but between the back and forth, Jesse ultimately storms off when Billy just refuses to listen. Just like the most obstinate, like, F off, old man kind of thing. So,
yeah, Billy just wants nothing to do with his father, And there's some history there, and we kind of get into it here. But, he's like, I don't care. You're not my father. I don't recognize you, kind of thing. So, kind of rough. So the next day, the group meets up with Billy in the orphanage gun room, where he explains his proficiency with firearms. Small note here, I think it's actually the Yggdrasil gun room they're in, not the orphanage gun room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually. So they're basically going to depart on the Yggdrasil, and they meet up in the gun room. And Billy talks about his choice of weapon, and Bart notes that the rifle mounted to the wall is the Fatima family rifle, Machiganator. I think I'm saying it right. It's a very fun name. I quite like it.
I'm a Michiganator.
Oh yeah, exactly. I am the Michiganator. Yeah. So Ellie then inquires. She wants to know why Billy became an Etone. And Billy is actually both an Etone and a priest, which is kind of a rare thing. So she's like, "Hey, tell me your story," kind of thing. So he explains that he was trained to use guns by his father since the age of 8. But his father disappeared when he was 12, and his mother was then killed by the Reapers. And it's at this point that Bishop Stone rescued Billy and Primera by killing the Reapers that basically had killed his mother.
Just as a side note, this is also where we learn that some Reapers possess intelligence beyond that of a human. So it's talking about how Red Rum was a little bit more intelligent because he was previously human. Well, there are some Reapers that are actually even more intelligent. So, and this is actually something that ends up surprising Bart during this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the resulting trauma of the Reaper attack is actually what left Primera mute, and Billy devoted himself at this point to the Ethos who had saved him and his sister. And he was inspired by Bishop Stone's actions in particular. He's sort of his mentor and surrogate father figure, if you will. Mm-hmm. So he goes off to train as an Etone and a priest, and after years of that, he returns to the orphanage. But at that point, so had Josiah. And
Josiah was drastically changed by some incident that had occurred during those years away. He had become unrecognizable as the father Billy once knew, but Primera seemed to form an immediate bond with him.
At this point, things had become desperate for Billy. So desperate, in fact, that he even considered selling his own body just to survive. Of course, Bart rebukes Billy for this mindset, calling him a fool. But he also offers support, stating that they can always come to the Yggdrasil if they ever need help again.
Yeah, so the two of them are, they start butting heads again, but despite their clashing personalities, it seems that there's some type of mutual respect and, dare I say, friendship that is starting to form. How sweet.
Bart making friends by playing rough.
Boys.
Yeah. It's a genuinely touching moment, He's just like, man, I don't like you very much, but don't you ever do that. Don't talk about it.
Listen.
Come here. I will help you. It's nice.
Nothing's so bad that I can't help you with that. Come on, man.
Yeah, pretty much. So, at this point, the Yggdrasil reaches the Ethos transport ship, and the group boards to eliminate the Reaper threat. They battle through enemies, including a Reaper called Bloody, which looks basically like Redrum, who we encountered in the sewers. Also has the same attack, just murder, where he just kills somebody
right.
instantly.
Oh, those fights suck.
Yeah, they're kind of rough. They're kind of rough for sure. But yeah, once they're done dealing with all the Reapers on the ship, they walk out kind of onto a lower deck portion of it, and a giant Reaper appears. And so Billy decides to call in his gear, Rin Mazuo, and they use it along with the gears of the rest of the party to defeat a massive Reaper. With the mission complete, Billy thanks the group and escorts them to the Ethos HQ for a reward. And just as a note here, when Rin Mazuo is being called in, it's actually the orphans at the orphanage that are working all the things to make the gear launch, and they launch the gear toward him, and they're all like, yeah, this launch was so-so.
Clearly they've had some practice with this.
Oh yeah. It's good stuff. It's very fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, things are not great at Ethos HQ at the moment. When the group arrives, they discover that there's been a massacre because nothing can ever go smoothly. Priests and Etones have been slaughtered in an attack. And amongst the victims, Billy actually discovers a shell casing on the ground that connects to his father's involvement. So the group makes their way through the Ethos HQ and encounter assassins along the way. They even bear witness to the Pontiff's murder being unable to prevent it from happening.
While fending off the assassins, they end up rescuing a wounded Shevat soldier in a cell who cries out for help as they are passing by as well.
And, of course, Big Joe is here. Again.
Big Joe!
I don't think I even want to know how he was in the holding cell with Ethos, but he makes himself scarce as soon as he's released.
He just gets himself in trouble.
Like, I don't even want to know how he got there, but...
Yeah. He's running around, getting in trouble, like, whatever. Hey, let me out. Cool, thanks.
See you later.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the group makes their way into a large data bank. After all this, like, back and forth, going through, finding the assassins, they end up in a data bank, and they kind of are like, well, what's all this? I didn't even know this was here. And they began investigating. And it's here that they kind of uncover some rather disturbing truths. Ethos is secretly controlled by Solaris and the Gazelle Ministry. It functions as a tool to monitor, manipulate, and relocate people from the surface. Additionally, refugees that were being sent to Solaris for labor and had extensive biological data collected on them. So just think about Sigurd, right? He's one of those people who would have gotten moved. And then finally, if that wasn't enough, they discovered that Ethos had begun plotting independence from Solaris by using ancient Zeboim technology and weapons. It's an act which prompted the purge that we're at this point witnessing in the narrative.
As you can imagine, Billy's faith is shattered by these revelations. He is just losing it. And this is only made worse when Verlaine appears, who's kind of not the head priest at the Ethos, but a kind of a higher up under Stone. And Verlaine reveals that he and the others are executioners under Bishop Stone, beset with the task to eliminate corrupt priests. The Ethos leadership had become corrupt and abusive, which justified their execution. Billy adamantly disagrees with Verlaine's point of view and claims that judgment belongs to God alone. Verlaine acknowledges that even the religion of the Ethos is a fabricated system meant to control humanity and incite conflict. Verlaine goes on to expose some deeper truths here, and he claims that Billy is an accomplice in passing judgment on the masses, but he is silenced by Bishop Stone, who kills him before he can say more. End of a theological debate.
Best way to end any debate. Bullets.
Yeah. Just bullets. Okay, cool.
Right.
Guess you win. Yeah.
All right. My one weakness. Bullets.
Yeah.
All right. Reasonably, Billy starts demanding answers from Stone. After all, this man has become the surrogate father like we talked about for him. And so he had an unwavering trust in Stone before, and he's now dealing with basically an ultimate betrayal. And in response, Stone admits that the Ethos was always a front for Solaris. E-tones were used to both fight Reapers and for some other darker purposes that he doesn't really clarify at the time. And so we don't have more information on right now, as Stone basically just says, there are some things you're happier not knowing. Most aggravating response to anything most of the time.
Oh yeah.
And he also reinforces at this time that this recent purge was to eliminate priests attempting to rebel against Solaris.
Jesse, at this point, interrupts Stone, calling him Stein, which forces him to retreat while leaving men behind to fight the group. Stone escapes in a powerful Solarian gear known as Alconshell. After realizing Alconshell could threaten entire ships, the group heads back to the Yggdrasil and sets course to intercept him with their gears, suspecting Stone's next target is the Thames. They begin their pursuit, but a massive spherical ship, which they call a ship that looks like a fishbowl, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah.
But we've seen this ship previously. It was in Kislev, delivering kind of Graf's emissary and the gate key that ended up on board the Goliath. This same ship appears at this point, and it fires on the Thames and on the whole Ethos fleet, and it destroys most of it, and severely damages the Thames.
So there's a whole lot going on. And we're like, what do we do? Well, you're going to have to wait because the scene shifts to the Gazil Ministry, who are observing the destruction. They deem it as an acceptable loss because the Ethos has become expendable and their purposes fulfilled. So they outline plans to eliminate the remaining branches, and noting that Stein was assigned to Aquavi. So this is happening kind of globally, and we just happen to be present for the Stein version. And they also take a moment to kind of speak on Krelian's unusual obsession with nanomachine technology, which we'll definitely be getting into more with him later. But from their point of view, humans and machines, it's all the same to us. That's what they say. Humans and machines, it's all the same to us.
Yep, interesting perspective from them for sure. So Krelian is actually in command of the spherical ship, and we see him for the first time and what he's up to. And basically, he issues orders to eliminate the survivors of the assault using wells. He also adds the stipulation of retrieving a few specific lambs in the process.
And just as a reminder again, Vels, or Reapers, are creatures that Etones have been working to purge from the world. They considered it a corruption that needed to be snuffed out. So the fact that he's kind of in the process of, using wells to assault things, big problem.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big issue for sure. So back on the Thames, the crew is reeling from the attack by the mysterious fishbowl ship. And they do their best to organize some countermeasures by rescuing survivors and fending off the wells with gears and guns. The Yggdrasil arrives to assist at this point, with Citan leading a boarding party to coordinate efforts with the captain. The Thames suffers heavy losses and the rest of the fleet is nearly annihilated before things begin to calm down.
And after the assault, the fishbowl ship departs for some obscure, supposedly insignificant excavation site. Citan groups prepare to pursue, with the Thames crew offering support however possible.
Citan's group investigates the Ethos dig site at this point, descending into the long-sealed Zeboim Ruins. And at this point, Ellie begins to experience unexplained vivid memories that seem tied to this ancient city, one that has been sealed for 4,000 years. Nearby, Graf and Myang discuss Faye's impending awakening and the importance of securing a mysterious something in the ruins before the group can reach it. She knows that it won't be good if Faye and his friends get a hold of whatever this thing is.
And the group travels deep within Zeboim and eventually discover a lab that triggers more of these memories that Ellie is experiencing. Just a couple of quotes here. Blood. Covered in blood. My blood. There was no pain, just coldness and sadness. He's been here all by herself for all this time. O vessel for a new soul, may the soul who resideth in you find peace. Citan, who am I? What am I doing? What am I saying? She ends up going to a control panel and triggering a chamber that rises from the floor, containing a young girl with emerald hair. An artificial girl created from nanomachines. Bishop Stone's appearance shortly after confirms this, as he attempts to claim what we become to known as the nanomachine colony for his own purposes. And he actually intends to use her power for humanity's salvation. Naturally, Stone escapes with the girl, while his allies, the elements, Talone and Seraphita. Is it Talone?
I always say Talone. It might be Talone.
Okay. Anyway, Talone and Seraphita are left behind to contend with the party. So Stone's like, haha, see you later. Deal with these guys.
Yep. And just a note here, the elements we know of at this point are Dominia, Kelvana, Seraphita, and Talone. And they're sort of references to types of angels, orders of angels. Mm-hmm. Dominion, Talone is throne. Seraphita, of course, is Seraphim, and I believe Kelvena was Cherubim. And it was just translated very differently. I think Cherubim is correct for Kelvena. But yeah, just an interesting naming convention. Doesn't really mean a lot at this point, but yeah, we've now seen the current elements, the four of them, right. And we've fought them all at this point as well in the game. So, in the midst of all of this, Faye is still unconscious on the Yggdrasil, but we see him dreaming of the Zeboim Ruins and of a previous life. Mysteriously, Faye disappears from his bed, leaving the nurse baffled. Meanwhile, Citan and the group finally catch up with Bishop Stone, who makes a snarky remark about, the elements don't live up to their name, couldn't even hold them off. And so they attempt to confront him to get the freedom of the young girl that they are basically taking away, the nanomachine colony. But they're interrupted by the Red Gear making an appearance. The Demon of Elru is back, and the pilot actually leaves his gear and identifies himself as Id. And so they try to stop him, and Id uses the same martial style as Faye and Wiseman, and he's basically overwhelming the party. They're holding their own, but not very well. But at this point, Wiseman shows up in his gear and holds off Id so the others can pursue Stone. So they book it out of there and they leave Wiseman and Id there. Unfortunately, though, they are not able to stop Stone before he can deliver the nanomachine girl to Krellian's forces and escape. This raises concerns about how such advanced technology will be used, and Citan suggests that it might even be worse than the DNA experiments that created the demi-humans.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's huge.
Along the way, back to the Yggdrasil, the party discovers Faye standing in front of Veltal, which seems to be venting steam from overheating. Unfortunately, he has no memory of what he was doing, but they don't have time to really delve into it further either, as they are alerted that a powerful gear, the Alkenshell, is approaching. And during this attack, Groth offers power to Stone, because of course he does. So
over and over.
Right. So, empowered thusly, Stone sets his sights on the group. It has a barrier that has been constructed out of hatred. Hatred so strong that it gets converted into ether that creates this impenetrable barrier.
Yep. And at this point, as they're kind of fighting and it's clear the group can't do much, Stone starts to monologue about his hatred for Josiah, who stole Raquel, Billy's mother, and the command of the Gebler away from him and threw the latter away. So Stone just hates Josiah, and at this point, Billy's actually kind of the de facto leader of the party, and so he's kind of leading the assault against Stone. So Stone also reveals that he saved Raquel using the wells and Krellian's wisdom, effectively confessing to murdering her.
Yep.
Wells are all people converted by Krellian, and Stone attempts to use this information to fill Billy with regret.
And it's working for the most part. Josiah shows up in a unique type of gear known as a buntline gear during this whole diatribe, and essentially calls Stone an idiot. The buntline gear is, in essence, a gun for a gear where the pilot rides in the bullet. It's the most absurd thing I've ever seen. He turns his attention to Billy and kind of explains that the ethos can't own faith. Like, your faith comes from within. And he also tells Billy that killing the Wells is a mercy since they're in constant pain while they're alive. So, just kind of assuaging some of Billy's concerns, because, like, from his point of view, I've been screwing up all this time, So with this weight lifted off of his shoulders, Billy actually ends up using the buntline gear, and I think he's in his own gear, and he holds the buntline as a gun basically,
yes.
And uses that buntline to break through the barrier and defeat Stone. Of course, piloting a bullet is not exactly the safest thing you can do, and everyone assumes that Josiah has died during that battle because of it, because all the previous pilots who did those things did that. It's basically kamikaze bullet. But Josiah survives the battle. He actually explains that he modified the gears so that he could survive the attack, if only barely.
Yeah, it's sort of absurd. Like this gear shows up, it transforms into a gun, and it goes onto Ramazo's shoulder, and he fires it. But you know, how the hell? Like, all right, did he?
What kind of modifications would you do for that?
Right. What did he do? You know, like, did he still ride in the bullet? If so, how is he alive? Did he not ride in the bullet? Then how? What even caused him to barely survive? Is it like,
does he have
backlash?
Maybe he had like a last minute eject button he could push or something. Like,
upon
impact launches him out of it or something.
It's never made clear.
No.
It's unclear. Like, the bunt line is the most absurd thing, but it's very important, actually.
It's a cool gear, but it's also like, wow, this could have been thought of a lot better than what it currently is.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, again, like, mechanically later in the game, the bunt line is incredibly important. So yeah, one mechanical note, the Yggdrasil depth charges from the battle with Hesheo, as well as the bunt line, which is called the Jesse Cannon, are special abilities that Brigadier and Rinmazuo gain after their respective battles. So, kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
So, now that things have calmed down, Jesse begins to explain the reasons he left Solaris to the group. Specifically, after he discovered the truth of the Malak, or the M plan, under the command of Krelian. It was this plan that created the wells, as well as an experimental gear that now resides in Shevat. Learning that Shevat may hold the answers they need about both the technology and phase past, the group sets out for Babel Tower, which is the only way to contact the hidden city, and is an annoying platforming time. Oh boy.
Good for discussion, though. Good lore discussion episodes there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Check those out if you want to hear us talk about lore some.
Yeah. While they travel to Babel Tower, we get another glimpse at the workings of the Gazelle Ministry. This time, Krelian is there, and he's reporting his acquisition of the nanomachine colony. These Digimen are completely unimpressed by this accomplishment and actually ask about how the M plan is progressing. So they kind of just brush off the news and move on to the next thing. It seems that they are unwilling to spend more time in their current state and wish to have superior bodies and servants that the M plan promises. More of that later. Krelian's response is less than ideal. He accuses them of betraying their mother and their gods to sustain their own egos within the Sol 9000, and ultimately refuses to take any orders from the Gazelle at this point forward. What may be an eternity to man is but a moment to a god. I have no need for hesitation. There are a lot of people in this game who think of themselves as God.
Yep, there are. There really are. Yeah, it is wild. Like, the hubris of the antagonists, the enemies in this game. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Krelian, Graf, the Ministry, everyone we've seen so far that seems to be clearly an enemy, they just are like, yeah, I'm a god.
You are beneath me, eons. Be gone.
Yes, exactly. Actually, the only antagonist that doesn't seem to say that repeatedly is Mian, which is very funny.
Yes, yes it is.
More on that later, though. Yeah. So, as the group ascends the tower after falling off over and over and over, cursing and being annoyed, not projecting my own gameplay experience at all here. Basically, the group makes their way up Babel Tower, and about halfway up, they're attacked by Gebler forces led by Ramses and Myung. Once again, Ramses is here. And in the end, they hold off Ramses, and the group is aided by Shevat, which forces Gebler to retreat, and the party eventually reaches the top. So basically, Shevat opens fire on the Gebler ship from above the tower. It's wild. It's a very cool scene. I like it. And along the way, They discover several rooms with controls that move a gigantic mirror on the side of the tower. And when they reach the top, they discover that there is no ceiling. And just as a note, these controls are in rooms that seem to be on their side. What could this mean? I love Babel Tower. It is one of my favorite parts of the game. Despite complaining about the platforming, it's really cool what you start to see at Babel Tower.
Well, and having the breakdown of the Eldritch and how it functioned in the previous part really helps understand why this is the way that it is.
Yep, yeah. In case it isn't clear, Babel Tower is essentially a large piece of the Eldritch Hall, which we saw in the intro of the game, and we talked about in Part 1. So, if you haven't seen Part 1, feel free to check that out if you want more about that. So basically, once we reach the top, see there's no ceiling, we see all that remains are huge marks on the sides where some massive structure presumably was before moving, and it's not here right now. So this is most likely Shevat. And before they can find any comm equipment to hail them, a massive gear appears, piloted by a young girl, who is also standing on top of her gear, by the way, and she attacks them.
Right, and this gear is known as Seepson, and the pilot is Maria. Once they prove themselves in battle against the pair, they are granted access to Shevat, the hidden aerial city, and on track to meet with Queen Zephyr, its ruler.
That's right, and I think at one point before, when Faye is conscious and they're kind of plotting to go up Babel Tower, Maria is mentioned as the daughter of a famous scientist here. So we're finally meeting her, which is a very interesting thing, and we'll get more on that shortly. But as you can imagine, the Dazil Ministry is not pleased that the group was successful in reaching Shevat, referring to an anima relic that is there that they cannot afford for the group to align with before preparations are complete. So in desperation, the Ministry plans to attack Shevat using Oxen and its gravity cannon to compensate for their gate's time-space warp, stating that re-education is complete on Oxen.
Ooh. I remember when they said that, I was like, what do you mean re-education on this gear?
Yeah, it's kind of rough, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is. Anyway, the group arrives in Shevat and meets Maria Balthazar, who is the granddaughter of the legendary Balthazar and the pilot of the prototype gear, Seepson. A name you might recall from like 2 hours ago, where we ran into Old Man Bao back near the beginning of the game. And Faye does recall Balthazar and his gear, Calamity.
Which looks a lot like Seepson as well.
It does, yep. So while exploring the city, they actually learn that Shevat used to be bigger and that this floating city was merely the capital, Alphal Aura. They also encounter the lingering traces of a past war when they come across a destroyed room left behind as like a reminder of things that had transpired.
Yep. Certainly a solemn experience. They had actually left that room destroyed as a reminder of war and what it does.
Right.
Got a little rocking horse in it. It's wild. On another note, what isn't solemn in the least is Choo-Choo being reunited with her people. It's wild and surreal.
That's true. There are some
and fun.
It is fun, but there's definitely some weird stuff happening with the Choo-Choo race while we're in Shevat.
Oh yeah.
I don't even want to get into it. Go watch the episode.
yeah. We go through it in the episode. It's a little it's interesting.
It's odd.
Yeah.
Eventually, Maria brings the group before Queen Zephyr, who reveals that Shevat has long resisted against Solaris. This goes back to that Solaris anti-Solarian war we talked about in the first part of that, and Shevat had a huge role in that. But more surprisingly, the queen herself is over 500 years old, having extended her life in an attempt to atone for an as yet undisclosed tragedy.
And Wise Man is also here. He explains that he used to study martial arts with Faye's father in Shevat. We also learn that he has been operating on the surface under Queen Zephyr's orders to keep tabs on Groff and recruit allies to Shevat's cause. While the Queen cannot prove that Shevat is any better than Solaris at the moment, Wise Man urges Faye to ally himself with them, asserting that it is what his father would want. Faye is still hesitant, however, and holds off on making any immediate decisions regarding this.
Wise choices. Instead, Faye investigates the palace, and what follows is downright deluge of information for the player.
More dump.
Yeah, I mean, they learn about Omnigears, which are gears that are synced with anima relics that were strong enough to hold off the Diabolos collapse that occurred 500 years ago. This is also tied into the Day of Calamity. It was the event that put an end to the war between Solaris and the Anti-Solaris Alliance.
Yeah, and hold off is a very loose term for
Yes.
what the Omnigears did with Diabolos. So to recap, since we did cover this in part 1, the Diabolos collapse created a mass extinction event on the planet. 96% of the population was eliminated by the Diabolos core. So with most of the population gone, they were only stopped by a group of pilots using Omnigears. They were the only things that could challenge the Diabolos.
Right.
And though the threat ended, most of the population fell back under the rebuilt and even more isolationist Solaris' control. And both Shevat and Solaris separated themselves from land through the use of gates.
Yep. Keeping themselves separate from everybody and each other. While the party is discussing this history, though, we actually see it stated that if more Omnigears fall under Solaris' control, that Shevat will have a very serious problem fighting them. We also see a mention of an Omnigear in Ignis known as the Fatima Treasure.
Foreshadowing, maybe?
Maybe.
So another key discovery at this time is regarding limiters, which have been placed in the lambs by Krelian. So this is primarily done to control them and find those who can align with animal relics. Of course, this is not the only jar Krelian had his hands in, as we'll see going forward. He is everywhere.
Yeah.
He's very prolific. So the group eventually decides to cooperate with Shevat, and almost immediately after they make this decision, Shevat is attacked by Solaris after a lone soldier weakens the gate shield by 70%.
That lone soldier is the element Dominia. At this point, you might be thinking, well, Dominia's not that powerful. We keep beating her. It's not the case. It's just our party is absurdly powerful.
Yeah.
She's attempting to steal Seepson and recognizes Maria. She actually ends up revealing that Nikolai, Maria's father, the scientist referred to earlier, is involved with the M Project, designed to imprint human consciousness onto gears. And it turns out that the Wells were being used as test subjects, and the exceptional ones were getting imprinted on the gears. Dominia is forced to retreat, but not before she is forced to retreat before she can fully accomplish her task, but she does a lot of damage before they drive her out.
Right. And at this point, without the full gate distortion to protect them, a large-scale battle erupts to defend Shevat's gate generators, the remaining generators that they're trying to bring back to full power. So if Solaris can destroy those, Shevat's done, because they can bring their full military might on the floating city. And so it's up to us to defend them. The party is deployed in order to defend against Solaris' forces. But Solaris actually deploys Oxen, and we see it. It's the sister gear to Sibzen. Sibzen is blue, Oxen is red, and Sibzen is basically the prototype for Oxen. And Maria is amazed when she sees it. She last she saw Oxen, it was not completed yet. And to make matters worse, Oxen actually communicates with Shevat in Nikolai's voice, threatening them. The threat, though, pretty much falls on deaf ears as the party divides into teams to protect the gate generators. They're not taking this lying down. Working together, they are able to repel the Solaris forces. You have to defend all 4 of the gate generators, and each gear that you choose to bring into battle is deployed at one of those. However, after they're done with this, Oxen attacks with something called an anti-gear psycho jammer that disables all the gears in the area, and it's hilariously named. Oh my god. I quite like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively an EMP for gears specifically. Interestingly, Sibson is immune to this weapon, though. So while Maria is hesitant to confront Oxen because she recognizes her father's voice, and she doesn't want to fight him. So instead, Choo Choo confronts him.
Oh, Choo Choo. So, at this point, Choo Choo has had her limiter removed, and so she just grows to enormous size. And there's all these comments about her being at a dangerous age and all this other stuff. It's just really surreal, hilarious stuff. But from this, we learned that Choo Choos were basically they're native to this planet. They aren't aliens like humans are.
Right.
Which is,
a weird
it's
thing
wild
to say.
when you talk about it that way. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. But technically, they're a foreign life form to this planet, and Choo Choos are native. And they were originally giant, but they were miniaturized by limiters. And so now Choo Choo is free, and she decides to put the hurt on Oxen.
There are plenty of really funny moments in this game, but Giant Choo Choo definitely ranks high on the list for me. I just thinking about it even now, I'm like cackling inside.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a great moment. There's this inspirational music playing, and I know some people take issue kind of with the soundtrack, and unfortunately, this is one of those points where, man, I'm not remembering the name of the song off the top of my head, but it's a really inspirational song, but it plays at several moments during the game, and it plays here. I quite like it. I will agree, though, that I wish the soundtrack was maybe twice as many songs. That'd be nice.
Development limitations.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about development limitations as we go here, but it's still a great moment regardless. I quite like it. It's hilarious, it's absurd, it's fun, it's good. But despite her best efforts, Choo Choo struggles against Oxen. It's just too powerful, and so Maria finally kind of steps through her doubts, and she steps in to help with Sibson. And in confronting the gear, she learns that Oxen actually doesn't have her father's consciousness uploaded into it. It's actually residing within Sibson. And so she learns this because Nikolai had actually installed a circuit within Oxen that could activate within the presence of Sibson. That would explain all of this to Maria and kind of, fix any doubts she may have.
Sneaky.
Yeah, he's a sneaky guy, and it is actually funny. I'll point out that this is very similar to a development that happens in Chrono Cross. And if you're curious about what that is, leave a comment, let us know. We're certainly willing to play through Chrono Cross for you guys and talk about it. But you can see some of those influences, Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, here. So yeah, very interesting development. So at this point, together with her father's help, Maria defeats Oxen, and the threat against Shevat is resolved.
And with renewed resolve, Shevat outlines the path forward. So Solaris is protected by 3 gates, one under the Ethos HQ, and the other 2 are in unknown locations. Additionally, it appears that Aveh has invaded Nisan, likely seeking out the Omnigear that was originally used by Bart's ancestor, Rani Fatima. The good news is the group gains some major upgrades. Their limiters get partially removed, which allows them to access more of their latent powers. And the Yggdrasil has also received an upgrade of sorts. It has an aerial mode now that it has been refitted with, and we learn that this is once a ship originally used by Rani Fatima himself. Thus, the Shevat crest is on it.
Yep. Oh man, a lot of fun stuff here. Yeah, just as a note, we mentioned the limiters are partially removed. The way it's talked about in the game is a little confusing. The limiters are said to be removed here, but we're going to get more on that soon. So just wait, hang on that. We will explain it
later.
But yeah, everything is good at this point. The Yggdrasil can fly. We have an airship. It's awesome. And Bart christens the newly refit Yggdrasil the Third. I love it.
This guy. Honestly, at this point, I'm surprised he doesn't just call them Bart chips.
Everything has to have his name in it, like a Bartweiser.
That's right.
Although the Bartweiser wasn't his doing, it was actually somebody else that made it.
That's true. That's true.
So at this point, the group returns to Nisan, only to discover that everything is quiet. Too quiet. Apparently, the city has been occupied by Aveh forces under Shikan. And since his position in the government has been compromised, he no longer cares about his reputation or maintaining any form of deception. He is actively pursuing the Fatima royal treasure.
And it's here that we learn that the Fatima Jasper that Shikan has been searching for all this time. And again, we're talking like, it's from a player's perspective, hours of gameplay. We learned about the Fatima Jasper a long time ago. Mm-hmm. The Fatima Jasper is actually the eyes of the Fatima bloodline. Something that both Bart and Margie share, and can be used to unlock this hidden treasure.
Right. After some discussion, Sigurd proposes that the group split up and take back the capital. Bart and Faye head to a secret entrance hidden by a monastery where they discover Nisan refugees. And Bart gives an impassioned speech about his desire to retake the country, revealing his identity as the true heir of Aveh and inspiring the people in hiding to support him. The group then proceeds to the door to the treasure, which is guarded by statues of one-winged angels. Together with Margie, Bart opens the door using their retinal patterns, poetically needing Margie's help since Bart only has one eye.
Yeah, and one-winged angels. What they discover is a control room and a rather large, impressive gear, along with a message. Peace to all those who come here. Fearing great calamity, we sealed this legacy, entrusting its fate to you. Basically, we have an ancient floating weapons platform that was tied to Bart's ancestors. It is known as Fort Jasper, and because Bart can't do anything without causing problems, he accidentally activates the fortress and fires a massive blast.
Fortunately, it doesn't seem like anyone got hurt during the misfire.
This time.
Yeah, he barely missed Babel Tower, but it doesn't seem like anybody got hurt. But Bart doesn't exactly learn his lesson. He just starts pushing random buttons on the power console, trying to figure out how to operate the thing. And to find a way to get the treasure out, because he's got to get to it before Shikan does. So
right.
It does make some level of sense. It'd just be nice if he wouldn't blast everything.
Reckless behavior.
But at this point, Shikan contacts them over the comm system and reveals that he intentionally leaked information to lure Bart in and unseal the treasure. So we've walked right into his trap.
Again.
So, yeah, Aveh forces invade, they pour into Fort Jasper, and they attempt to capture Margie immediately. Bart wants to pursue, but he can't reopen the door with only one functional eye. So, the way this goes down is they're in a hallway, and Margie just sprints past Shikan and everyone toward the treasure. And he's like, after her, kind of thing. And Bart can't get in because Margie opens the door. They all pursue them in. The door shuts, and now he's like, I can't get in. I only have one eye. Oh, my God. So, yeah, at this point, it's like, what do we do? Well, Sigurd to the rescue. He arrives, and he opens the door with Bart using his own eye as a counterpart. So Sigurd actually possesses the genetic Fatima Jasper as well. He also has one eye, but it's the opposite one. So, naturally, the revelation that Sigurd is a Fatima is a shock to Bart, but they just don't have time right now. They have bigger things to take care of.
Yeah, just slack-jawed like, what? You know what? Later.
Huh? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shikan's gears are having difficulty capturing Margie. They've been pursuing, they've boarded, and Margie has gotten on to the Omnigear, right? And she's fighting them off despite being wounded in the process, right? And Bart finally catches up, hops into the pilot seat, except there's no control stick for the gear. Instead, it seems to be moving on its own accord, and it turns out that Omnigears actually attune their respective pilots' thoughts and kind of react to their intentions. So Bart synchronizes with his family's Omnigear, El Andvari, and drives off Shakan's troops, though the man himself is able to escape, because of course. But with the Nisan liberated, Bart, Faye, and allies are free to pursue Shakan after tending to Margie's injuries. And they pursue him into a cave that contains one of the 3 gates that actually separates Solaris from the rest of the planet. Shakan ends up hooking up his gear to the gate for power, but he can't seem to pull enough from it to power it the way he really wants to.
Yeah, this part of the game is very funny to me because Shakan is kind of an idiot. It's very funny. He's using the gate as we've learned to use it for power, and then he hooks his gate up. He hooks his gear up to the gate, and he's like, "Hey, it's not working. Why isn't this working right? I'm not getting enough power." The man's just stupid, like. He just has all of this power because he has people pursuing him, but he's textbook like, I'm a moron, who's in charge? So, as he's struggling to deal with his master plan falling apart, right. Graf, of course, appears again, and he forces the power of the Mother of Destruction upon Shakan and his gear, because he has to continue antagonizing Faye, of course. So in the conflict that ensues here, Shakan is defeated, of course, and both him and the gate just explode. So one of the 3 barriers protecting Solaris has now been destroyed. Back in Bledavik, Bart addresses the Aveh people as their king for the first time, and he formally ends the war with Kislev, and he dissolves the monarchy and transforms the kingdom into the Republic of Aveh. In doing so, he honors his late father's wishes. So it isn't just his wish.
Right.
It is his late father's wishes that were left to him to bring forward. And in the process, he also releases Mason and Sigurd from his service as royal retainers.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, Bart's really popular. So he still ends up taking on the role of leader, but now it's more of like an elected official type of deal. As my first act as king, we're ending the war. As my second act, I'm removing the kingship. Why am I still president?
Chancellor Bart.
Right, yep. So he still ends up taking on the role of leader, and Mason and Sigurd refuse to leave his service. They enjoy being around Bart. They've served him all his life. Why stop now? And Bart and Sigurd actually share a bit of their history with each other. So we're finally getting a moment to kind of like talk about why Sigurd has Fatima Eye. And we learn that Sigurd is Bart's half-brother, and that the late king wished for Bart to share his inheritance with him. So make it a republic, but also find your half-brother and share your inheritance with him, because he deserves it as well. So, and it's something that Bart is only all too happy to do. So now we finally have discovered Sigurd is who his father met, right? So he's finally getting that connection. He's like, who's my half-brother? Oh, it's Sigurd. Cool. Happy to share.
Yep. All right. So at this point, we've destroyed one of the 3 gates that are protecting Solaris. So the group decides to eliminate the remaining 2 because they're not going to have a lasting peace unless they overthrow Solaris. So from the notes that Shakan left behind kind of in the royal palace, they learned that these gates form a triangle. So one's in an unknown location, but the other remaining gate that they know about lies buried under the Ethos HQ. So they devise a plan that's just wild. They decide to use Fort Jasper and Babel Tower's massive mirror system together as a super weapon to destroy the gate. And essentially they do this because they conclude through the similarities in technology and just, what they've seen, that they're kind of the same mechanism. Mm-hmm. That Fort Jasper and Babel Tower are part of the same system. And so the mirror should be able to reflect the Fort Jasper cannon. And, of course, we know they're correct, but it's some interesting deductive reasoning by Citan here, where he's like, hey, this is why I think this will work. Do I know that? No, but I think it'll work.
Right.
So, to accomplish this, they break into groups. Citan, Faye, and Ellie will head to Babel Tower to calibrate the mirror, while Bart and Billy, and a third, prepare Fort Jasper's cannon for the attack. And you can choose who to bring with them. Everyone I've seen, including us, we bring Maria with us for Sibzin's power.
Yeah, it's a solid choice, too.
Mm-hmm.
During this time, Ramses and Myong are meeting with the Gazelle Ministry, and it's clear at this point they don't have a high opinion of Ramses, and we get to see that in full force here. He gets berated for his repeated failures against Faye and Shevat. The verbal abuse extends to the point of calling him trash, right? And then before ending their transmission, the ministry actually challenges Ramses to fight Faye with his intrinsic powers. Humiliated, enraged, Ramses prepares to confront Faye again despite his injuries from the last time he fought them. And Myong tries to dissuade him from this course of action, and the elements actually request to go in his stead while he recovers.
So, at Babel Tower, Faye and Ellie guard Citan as he manages the consoles to set up the giant mirror that will be used to reflect the beam from Fort Jasper. Once it is in position, Citan signals Billy, giving him the go-ahead to fire. Naturally, nothing goes smoothly. This is an RPG, and right. The enemies are not going to sit around letting them do this. This is not to Solaris' benefit. So the elements show up, and they decide to try to stop the group. So Faye and Ellie now have to confront Dominia and Kilvena in their gears. So that'd be Blade Gash and Marine Basher.
What a name.
Where Bart and Billy have to contend with Seraphita and Talon in theirs. Am I going to remember their gear names? No, I'm not. But they all kind of have like elemental gears, and it's very cool. So in the chaos, Billy manages to fire the beam from Fort Jasper, but it goes wide. Unfortunately, it just misses. And fortunately, it doesn't hit the tower either, which is nice. This is the second time it's been fired directly past Babel Tower, which is kind of funny. Somebody over there is like, what are these giant beams?
Can you imagine some farmer just see the giant beam flying overhead? Like, what?
Yeah, what is happening? Oh, boy. So, because Billy misses, this forces the team to hold off the elements again. So basically we have to fight the elements once with both groups, and then we have to fight them a second time. Fortunately, the second attempt hits the mirror directly, and it reflects perfectly below Ethos HQ, and it destroys the gate, and we can see smoke coming up from the HQ. Like it's been annihilated.
And this leaves only one more. What they call the surface gate. Unfortunately, they don't know where it is, so they try to triangulate the gate's position using the other two as a reference. This still leaves them with two potential outcomes. There's a potential spot to the north and one to the south. Bart suggests splitting the party, but that's immediately rejected because Solaris will certainly have forces protecting the final gate, and they're going to need all hands on deck to contend with them. So instead, they consult the local Solarians, Ellie, Citan, and Sigurd. Unfortunately, passing through a gate is rather disorienting, and so knowing an exact location can be difficult. However, Ellie does recall being surrounded by the ocean rather than mountains or snow, so they decide to head to the southern location that they thought it might be as a potential spot. Of course, the gate being deep underwater means that getting to it will prove difficult. The Yggdrasil is not capable of diving to the depths required for the gate, after all. So the group decides to give old Captain of the Thames a visit and procure some diving equipment for their gears.
And just a note before we proceed, the other two gears are Grand Graal and Skykeen. So there you go.
Good to have that.
For those of you that come into the comments and let me know, feel free. But yeah, I always remember the other two, mainly Blade Gash and Marine Basher, because they're very evocative, but they're cool. They're all cool. Very much like Zords or like elements of Voltron, if you will. So that'll have no relevance going forward, I promise.
Nope.
So cutting back to the Gazelle Ministry at this point, they are still dragging Ramses through the mud. They're calling him trash over and over. They view him that way, and they're talking about how he's worthless since he couldn't even defend the second gate. So with only one gate remaining on the surface, they need to do something. There is a call to action very clearly here. So, allowing the third gate to fall would allow for the Animus to align early, and that would throw a wrench in their plans. So, this is sort of the Ministry's motivation. It's not that it would make Solaris vulnerable, it's that, we can't allow the Animus. They're thinking on a different level.
Right.
Here.
They, at the end of the day, they don't even care about the physical location of Solaris as long as it doesn't ruin their plans.
Right, yeah, it's another tool they're using in their plans. They're literally just computing a plan. So, yeah. So at this point, Krellian shows up, and he claims that the gate is irrelevant because panic has already begun to spread to Etrenak, which is the capital city of Solaris. So now we have two capitals that we've learned of, in addition to Bledavik and Nortune. But we have Afalara, which is Shevat's, and then Etrenak is actually Solaris's capital. So he suggests that the Ministry use a clone of Cain to calm the population.
We also get a lot of talk about Mother during this meeting. Krellian points out to the Ministry that according to his readings via the memory cube, which I know we haven't talked a lot about the memory cube, but it's really relevant to like everything they do data wise.
And just a note here, that's actually why Hammer was telling Faye to save his game at the memory cube like 35 times back in Nortune.
Right.
You know, it's like there's a reason he was saying that.
Yeah, and just to cover this too, and you remind me if I'm wrong on this, the reason they're suggesting a clone of Cain is because Cain is just not like making appearances. He's kind of worn out. He's barely able to do much of anything, right? So they're suggesting using him to come out and make a public appearance, but use a clone to do so. So
yeah, there's a little bit of a puppet government thing type going on, where when Cain appears, it's actually the Ministry, and there's a little bit of we're starting to see a schism between the Ministry and Cain.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, that's correct. And also, Cain is not in the best shape at the moment. Right. He's undergone many experiments on his body, and though it is his destiny to live forever, if you will, he's not doing great right now.
Right. But just to be clear, he is alive. Clone isn't to replace a dead Cain.
Correct.
Anyway, so talking about this mother memory cube, the mother is actually, according to the memory cube, present among the lamps. However, it's probable that she has transmigrated into the antitype, and this is one of the first times I think we hear antitype being used in the game as well. To confirm this, Krellian actually recommends using Emeralda, which is that nanomachine colony from Zeboim that they were trying to recover, to test the current mother's reaction. So Emeralda was created between the contact and the antitype 4,000 years ago. And so this will serve as a good test to see how they react to each other, essentially.
Back on the Thames, gears are being refitted for deep sea travel while the captain pilots the ship to the coordinates provided, a place known as Sargasso Point. At this underwater gate, the party encounters Emeralda piloting a gear with wings extending from its head. She appears to be in some sort of trance and threatens to kill them in a monotone voice. After they defeat her in battle, she seems to snap out of her trance and even recognizes Faye as Kim, implying a connection to one of Faye's past incarnations. Somehow, the gate is destroyed during the conflict.
It's not clear.
I don't know. It just explodes.
Right.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Not a clue. Not a clue.
Back on board the Yggdrasil, Emeralda recounts fragmented memories of him and begins bonding with Faye and Ellie immediately. Though they try to explain that Faye's name is not actually Kim, Emeralda doesn't see a difference. To her, and to kind of quote her, Kim is Kim. Which kind of leads to Citan suggesting that perhaps Kim is the equivalent to father for Emeralda. And more importantly, Citan actually muses that Krillin didn't use Emeralda as some mere disposable soldier. He suspects that some information was gleaned by having her having her make contact with the party, and he emphasizes that they should find Solaris as soon as possible.
Conveniently, they immediately receive word from Shevat that Solaris has appeared. And when I say this, I mean a box appears, a text box. They're like, hey, we received word. Like, who's speaking? What's happening? Yeah. It's being narrated. We'll talk more about this once we get into Disc 2.
New phone, who dis?
Played this game. Yeah, if you've played this game, you know what I mean. But yeah, it's wild. So, we cut to a massive structure that appears. It's kind of like it's decloaking, if you will. But it's still surrounded by some energy, and it is anchored in basically the middle of the ocean. So, you know, the party was obviously right on the money about the third gate, and now we're able to visually see Solaris. But there is one final gate that needs to be handled to fully expose Solaris. And Queen Zephyr explains that this gate can only be destroyed from the inside. So you actually have to go into Solaris in order to deal with it. So, to do this, the party splits into two groups, and with the help of Saibzin's heavy particle cannon, they're able to sneak onto Solaris.
Right. And before they do this, though, before they put their plan into action, we kind of get to see a few sequences that will come into play later. So we see Citan speaking with Yui about the situation, and that's his wife, for clarity. And she gives him his sword before he leaves, when he explained that he's concerned about being overcome by the dark side. And then afterward, Jesse asserts that he will also be going to Solaris with the group, and goes so far as to say that he threatens to kill Citan if he takes their site again. What's going on with Citan? To be determined. Citan's response is essentially a please do, right? Because he's concerned about that exact same thing. And so with affairs in order, the group takes off to Solaris.
So, as part of the first group, Faye, Ellie, and Citan arrive safely on the hull of the capital city, Etranok. And they are walking around upside down. Which is very disorienting, at least to Faye. But of course, Citan and Ellie have been here before. And the remainder of the party goes off to kind of enter at a separate spot for their objectives. So, due to Solaris's opposite gravity of the surface, it takes some time for anyone to get used to this new orientation. And Ellie actually explains that when they go to the surface world, it takes them time to adjust as well. So, while they try to gather information and kind of try to figure out a good way in, Faye ends up getting separated from the other two when he steps into a container and he just gets shipped into Solaris by himself. So, Faye, of course, is acting rashly, and it's just like, well, what do we do now? Because now he's got to figure out where he is by himself.
This is why he and Bart are friends.
Yeah, they're very similar. So Faye finds himself in a residential area with honeycomb-shaped living containers stacked on top of each other. As soon as he arrives, he is exposed to just how oppressive Solaris' class system is. Land dwellers are treated as expendable worker bees that are monitored constantly and subjected to re-education.
Traumatizing brainwashing. Not fun.
Ellie rejoins Faye shortly after he wanders around for a few minutes, and she scolds him for his careless behavior. But she works with him to investigate the area a little more. And shortly they meet Samson, who is a surface dweller who looks strikingly like Timothy, who was not affected by their brainwashing techniques fully for some reason. So he explains that he has a plan to escape and gives Faye a second-class citizen work permit, which will give him more freedom to move around. Working together, Samson, Faye, and Ellie make their way to a final checkpoint that would allow them to leave. But unfortunately, Solaris' security systems are not kind, and Samson is incinerated when his ID does not match the needed permissions.
Enraged, Faye decides that the best thing to do would be to just destroy the equipment entirely, but Ellie stops him. Fortunately, it appears that she still has access, and walking through together this checkpoint, side by side essentially, prevents Faye from being picked up and allows them to pass through the checkpoint and onto the upper level, where they encounter citizens who believe that the state of the surface war has nothing to do with them, clearly living privileged and very sheltered lives. They also find Big Joe. How is this man literally everywhere they go? How did he get there?
Some mysteries are never meant to be solved, but it remains to be seen if Big Joe will ever make sense.
No kidding.
The pair witness a massive speech at this point by Emperor Cain and Krellian. Cain declares the destruction of the gates is a part of Solaris' plan to soon reunite them with sleeping Mother God, becoming immortal.
And during this speech, we also see another vision of one of Faye's past life, Lahan. He is interacting with a younger Krellian. So the sight of Krellian kind of incites this vision. And it only serves to reinforce that the reincarnation themes that surround Faye. In this vision, flashback, whatever it is, we see Krellian showing Lahan an invention, which is some sort of chamber. We don't really get to learn much about it as the scene kind of fades back to Faye and Ellie mid-conversation.
At this point, Krellian's speech is continuing, and he announces the capture of the second group and their upcoming disposal in the mysterious Soylent system, the purpose of which is to revive the Gazil of old, a reference specifically to the Gazil ministry. Faye insists that they leave immediately to rescue their friends, but Ellie wisely advises caution and to take the time they have to make a plan that won't lead to them falling into the same trap again. Additionally, Satan was not among the prisoners shown and should be found before proceeding to do anything else. Eventually, their argument draws the attention of a guard and they are forced to flee, and just to point it out, Ellie is repeatedly telling Faye to stop yelling during this time. Well, what'd you think was going to happen? So,
guys, nobody will suspect we're the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, for sure. So, they run away, and Ellie leads them to her home in a first-class district. And while they're here, they meet Ellie's mother, Medina, and Ellie explains that she is actually probably half surface dweller, which is why she looks different from most Solarians. After a brief moment to refresh and relax, Ellie and Faye break into her father's computer, as she believes she can use it to gain access to classified information regarding their friends.
And they're caught, of course, and it escalates into a full-blown argument between Ellie and her father. He threatens to kill Faye as a means to protect Ellie, because I think it's like triggered some kind of alarm to trying to access this information. And she's having none of it. Eventually, Faye elects to leave the house in order to protect Ellie and their family, essentially being posed as a burglar who broke in and then escaped before they could stop him. Fortunately, he is able to reunite with Satan almost immediately. I mean, not right after, but pretty close. And together, they're able to make it through the security checkpoint like before with Ellie. Naturally, Satan is caught off guard when Faye explains this understanding of the checkpoint and actually starts asking Satan questions about his clearance. He responds kind of awkwardly that maybe they just forgot to delete my information from the system from the old days or whatever. Okay, buddy.
Yeah. To explain that a little bit, basically after Samson is incinerated, Ellie's able to move about freely, like she's recognized. So what Faye has to do is basically stand very close to her to get through the security checkpoints. And the same thing apparently works with Satan.
Right.
So it's just like, why? he's been gone from here for, like, I understand with Ellie, like, it's not been very long, but it's been years with Citan. So, once again, his mysterious past, it continues to elude us for the moment.
Right.
So, anyway, we move on, and the two of them arrive on the third-class citizen level, where Ellie reunites with them. And we get a small flashback at this point to where Ellie's parents encourage her to choose her own path in life and show that they love her. Her mother even says that Ellie is her daughter, regardless of anything she learns or believes. Despite being worried for Ellie's parents, the group presses on and finds their way to a canning facility. So, conveyor belts, and they've got these, like, cans of food on them. And Faye and Ellie are hungry, and they encounter kind of a pile of these, and so they take a moment to eat. Kind of a battlefield scenario, like, we don't know when we're going to have a chance again. Let's eat something, keep our energy up. Citan, oddly, abstains from this. He just says he's fine and does not eat. So as they proceed, they discover the horrifying truth. They have stumbled upon the Soylent system. And if you've seen Soylent Green, you know what's coming. This is a place where Solaris recycles the bodies of failed experiments and Wells Reapers, which, as a reminder, are human, into food and medicine used to sustain the population and reinforce the limiter system.
Right. So if you were wondering how they managed to put a limiter on, like, all the surface dwellers, like I was, this is that system that's been put into place. They have a way, like, anybody who gets fed this, a limiter basically kind of gets instilled in them in the process. Citan reveals that Solaris's long history of experimentation here, including the M Project, which Eric, Ellie's father, was the superintendent of, along with Nikolai, Maria's father. Ellie rejects this assertion. She doesn't like the idea that her dad, he's too good of a man. He would never do this. But Citan kind of goes on to explain that Eric felt guilty and actually protected as many people as he could before resigning and taking a position with, like, the administrative staff of the special forces. And in all of this, Citan really kind of encourages them to look around, to take it all in. To kind of quote him here, he says, "This is reality. To end a person's life and then consume their flesh. Is that permissible?" Right? Start asking some really hard questions here, because, like, he didn't stop them, and I feel like if I were Citan, I would have been like, "Don't eat that." So,
yeah, well, and even beyond that, we see Citan kind of has a struggle with, he was a part of this. What exactly is the temptation?
Right.
That Jesse and maybe his wife, even Yui, are believing, he might fall into. And we start to see that he's very introspective about this. Like, is this even, can this be justified in any way?
Right.
Great question. So eventually, they come across a room with classified files. And they've got kind of like holograms of the party on this table. Mm-hmm. And so you can go through these. There's some information about Rico in particular has some information about how he relates to the M plan and how he was kind of an experimental subject. But of particular note is Faye, who's identified as the contact, and Ellie identified as a possible antitype. And both of them possess infinite ether potential. And these files also expose plans involving anima relics and the manipulation of the party members, either through animus adjustment or disposal. So some of them are marked as animus adjustment, some of them are marked as disposal, which is very interesting. And, again, we'll talk more about that going forward, what that actually means, because it's going to become very relevant. It's also here that we see Citan's full name. His real name is Hugo Ricto.
Right. And seeing that in the files, we suddenly get a better understanding why Sigurd was calling Citan Hugh, and it makes a lot more sense.
Yep. And we see how, like a lot of people refer to him as Hugo. They're using his original name, his real name. So. Yeah. So as we go forward from here, Citan starts to get more assertive in his assistance. He's opening doors and he's leading them through the facility like he's familiar with it. He's talking about all this knowledge he has. And along the way, he explains that the facility is for the Emperor's longevity experiments, and it has not been seen since the dawn of time 10,000 years ago, when the Emperor and Ministry were the first humans on the planet. So while the Emperor was still alive, or is still alive right now, the Ministry lost their bodies. They died during the Diabolos invasion. So with their bodies lost, their consciousnesses were uploaded into the Sol 9000 computer system. And it turns out that the leadership's goal in relocating the Soylent system and all of its facilities to Etranach was to resurrect the Ministry and to keep the Emperor alive. They also intended to reuse the useless dregs of people for their experiments by using the Soylent system's food for the limiter seal and memory cubes to control the population for their purposes.
This is a lot to take in and process. And while Citan is going on with all this information, Ellie has become increasingly suspicious of Citan, good grief. Because of just how much he seems to know about the inner workings of Solaris and the ability to freely explore what she is calling a P4 facility, which we don't have that high clarification, but you can imagine it's probably one of the most confidential security clearance type of thing, and he's just walking through like he owns the place. And she can't take it anymore. She begins to question Citan about this. The information he is sharing with them is a secret that even to the government, right? Like, this is information that top tier security personnel would not have information to. And additionally, she actually accuses Citan of leading them the long way to Bart and the others on purpose, because she's seeing that it's taking longer than it should from her understanding of how the facility works. And so she ends up demanding to know who Citan is. But instead of getting an answer, because they're in this hallway, the hallway that they're in just goes dark. And Faye ends up becoming separated from the others and captured by the Gazelle Ministry.
And this part's a little surreal. I personally wonder what happened here a little bit. And before we go to the next part, just here's a little speculation for you, because the three of them are standing in a hallway here. And Ellie's just like, hold on a second. What is happening? How do you know all of this stuff? Like, you're getting through this door that's absolutely ridiculous. There's no reason that you would have this I don't care if you were from here.
Right.
Maybe you worked in Solaris for, what are you doing? Who are you? And then they vanish. Now, people don't just vanish in this game,
right?
Generally speaking. Groff is kind of an exception. He can just appear. Yeah, but he's got weird powers and stuff. But most people don't. We've never seen Citan or Ellie able to do this. And the whole hall goes dark. And obviously this was done for dramatic effect, but personally, you wander around this dark hallway, you go in this room, and then suddenly Faye is in these restraints, kind of held in the middle of this room. How'd he get there? What exactly happened? And personally, I think this is an instance of something screwed up happened, and either Faye is kind of blocking it out, or something else went on, and we're not privy to it. So, yeah, the two disappear, and Faye is trapped in these restraints in the middle of this room suddenly. And there's screens all over this room. The Ministry appears before Faye on displays. When he walks in, he kind of just clutches his head, and then he's in these restraints, and then the Ministry is starting to talk to him. And they start to talk to him about what's been going on. And they call him Cursed and God's Chosen. And it's here that we learn, or Faye learns, of Citan's true identity. And he is actually a Solaris guardian angel who has been sent to monitor Faye and determine if he is a threat to them or not. Through their discourse, we learn that the Ministry plans to resurrect God, who lies in aerial paradise Mahanan, where God's wisdom is also said to reside. They will embark into the universe using Mahanan as an ark to reign over God's forces, the Malak angels, which were the purpose of the M project, the construction of the Malak Angels. And they go on to say, we are orphans in this universe. We were thrown away onto this planet in solitude along with God. We humans were not born on this planet. Long ago, we came here from another heavenly body. We are beings from an alien planet.
Just as a reminder here, because I know we've covered a lot of ground in this episode. I mean, we're almost at 4 hours and we've covered a ton of stuff. The word God here is strictly referring to Deus. Remember that at the beginning of this story, it wreaked havoc on the Eldritch, right? And forced it to crash onto this planet. Their entire purpose of being is to repair and resurrect Deus. So it's just worth keeping in mind. And then we get the scene that shifts to Krelian in his lab with Ellie strapped to a table and equipment all around her being used to analyze. And through this, Krelian finds the Ouroboros ring, stating that it explains Myong and Lacan's actions, and he actually calls Ellie the mother. And because no good villain can avoid it, Krelian waxes poetically about the elaborate nature of the human form. Ellie hasn't changed at all since then, nor has the other one, Lacan. Confused? Don't worry, we'll get to it.
Yep. Yeah, and this whole thing, just for clarity's sake, the Ouroboros ring is actually something he saw in her cellular structure.
Right.
It's one of the reasons he was after Emeralda, is because he needed the nanotech to not only do certain things with his technology and experiments, but to actually analyze a little bit better. So it's very interesting. He's basically confirmed his theory about her at this point. But for now, we cut back to Faye, who's still trapped in the room in his restraints. He can't move. And Citan walks in and starts to speak with him. And Faye demands answers, but Citan responds very coldly and very cruelly. And he's pushing Faye into further anger and frustration and just making him extremely upset. And then the room goes dark, and we hear, now we may take our time and talk. Id. When Faye regains consciousness, he is finally freed of his restraints and is accompanied by Citan, Billy, and Bart. Somewhat disoriented, Faye's anger gets the better of him, and he lunges at Citan, calling him a traitor. Billy and Bart stop Faye, though, and explain that Citan has actually helped them and removed their limiters.
Because you see, Citan was actually under orders of Emperor Cain, but ultimately he sided with the group and betrays Solaris. He apologizes for deceiving them and helps them plan their escape. Though Citan does not stop Ellie from being taken to Krelian's lab, he is able to convey that she does not have a limiter like the rest of them do.
Yeah, so this is a little odd. It's a weird discovery, and, you know, this is... I mentioned earlier that limiters are a little confusing. And so, yeah, we'll get to it in a moment, but, yeah, this is very odd because even Solarians have limiters implanted. There are some exceptions, like for the Emperor and for Citan, but they are exceptions. They have theirs removed. Ellie just doesn't have one. For some reason, she has no limiter. So,
yeah,
pretty interesting.
It's complete mystery. And there've been a few different moments where we've talked about limiters, obviously, and you might be thinking, and this is something we talked about in Shevat. Well, didn't they have their limiters removed in Shevat? Well, yes, in part, right? So the limiter removed in Shevat was a physical one, which allowed the group to kind of grow into their true potential. The limiter that Citan removes to them is actually a psychological one. So there's like two aspects to this limiter. The psychological limiter creates a kind of subconscious veneration and fear of the Emperor and the Gazelle Ministry. So it's like this the brainwashing, essentially, that convinces them on a subconscious level that the Ministry and Cain should be obeyed no matter what. And confronting them would create that heavier resistance. So with it gone, they can now confront them without that resistance, without that hesitation, without fear of it essentially controlling them and preventing them from doing what they want to do.
Right. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, both of these limiters have a little bit of a gameplay aspect to them. So when you first get your limiters removed in Shevat, not only can Choo-Choo grow to a huge size, but the group gains more power. They have access to elemental death blows. And death blows are, we haven't talked a huge amount about the combat system, but death blows are the combos you can do when you're in on-foot combat, and they also affect the combos available to you in your gears. Elementals are 7-point combos, and you previously only used 6. So you get to see how, like, the group actually grows into their elemental, like their power with regards to their ether or their chi or whatever, however it's called. But this one is more of a plot type of limiter. It's, oh, hey, we've had all this trouble with Solaris, but we're turning the corner. We can now confront them. They're just other entities. They're not these, like, overwhelming groups. And so it's like this instinctual need to venerate and be subjected to this ruling class, the Emperor and the Ministry.
Right.
And I do also want to mention that Citan was under orders by the Emperor, but the Emperor pretty much is against the rest of the Solaris leadership at this point as well.
Right.
He believes he has sinned, and he needs to atone for his sin. And so that's why we start to see this distinction between Citan and the Emperor and the Ministry and Krellian. And so the Ministry and the Krellian are the antagonists.
The Krellian.
The Krellian, yes. And Citan and the Emperor are not. They are much more on kind of the group's side. I mean, yeah, obviously. Do you fully trust the Emperor? Not really, but he seems to not be against them. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's like these weird sub-factions that are all belonging to Solaris.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, so with that, the group plans to split up and meet back at a designated rendezvous point. And in the process of kind of splitting up, Citan brandishes his sword that his wife gave him before he left, and Faye comments on it like, "Doc, a sword?" It's like, I can't afford to be the only one who's innocent at this point. So at this point, Citan has a sword, which is very cool. Mm-hmm. He elects to go and destroy the last gate while the rest of the group goes to rescue Ellie.
How very Obi-Wan and the Death Star of Episode 4.
Exactly, except Citan doesn't get struck down by an angry space wizard this time.
But not for lack of trying.
Right. So, while the group rescues Ellie from Krellian's lab, which, by the way, takes just, 2 minutes gameplay-wise.
10 seconds later.
Yeah, it's wildly fast. Oh my god. We cut to Jesse and Citan, who are fighting off Solarian forces in front of the last gate, and they are confronted by Ramses, who demands to know Faye's location and calls them both traitors before they escape from the exploding gate. And this is the second time in Solaris we've seen Ramses kind of coming apart. He actually comes in before the group rescues Ellie and is like, "Where is he? Oh my god!"
Yeah.
He's like shaking her, and she's still like tied to the stage. He's like, "Stop it! You're hurting me. What do you want with her?" And he's just going crazy. He needs to find Faye.
Yeah, his psychological state is just deteriorating at a rapid rate at this point.
It is. Yeah.
But finally, the entire group is reunited, including Ellie's parents, who were rescued by Hammer, interestingly enough. Eric kind of throws his weight around, arranges transport off of Entronach for them, using his rank and the confusion to pull some strings. Once on the transport, though, they run into another problem. Hammer is unexpectedly betraying the group, and in the kerfuffle, that kind of ends up killing Medina while attempting to capture Ellie. And if that wasn't bad enough, Groff then appears soon after, along with a mysterious executioner. This is the same person who showed up in Kislev with meeting with the Kaiser. And Eric kind of sacrifices himself so that the others can escape in the process.
Right. Yeah, and Eric shows up in a gear. So just to be clear here, we are basically on a bridge that's on, I think, the underside of Etranok, trying to make our way to transport to leave. And that's when we get stopped by Hammer, and then Groff and the Executioner. We have to fight them off. Then Eric shows up. So it's a whole thing. It's pretty wild what goes down here. And unfortunately, Ellie just lost both of her parents in like 5 minutes, which is terrible.
Yeah. Especially after
so
all
of
that
this
heartwarming
tragedy.
Moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's terrible. So all this tragedy in quick succession causes Faye to snap as we see the child version of himself screaming. In Yggdrasil's hold, we get a cool cutscene of Veltal activating on its own and transforming into the red gear, launching through the ceiling and flying toward Etranok, where it begins to destroy the capital with abandon.
And we get a brief scene here, too, where the Executioner that was with Groff and Krellian are kind of standing on this half-destroyed bridge. And that's where we finally get the revelation that this Executioner, this person, is Yang, right? And they take a moment to kind of like comment on the situation. Id won't easily leave the stage now, in implication that his feelings, whoever he is, haven't changed over the years, and what to do with Ramses. And in the end, Myang suggests that they rescue Ramses before Id destroys him.
So back with the group, we get full confirmation that Id and Faye are the same person. Ellie is in disbelief, but Bart confirms the truth as an eyewitness to the transformation. He actually saw Faye physically transform into Id. So they make a hasty retreat aboard the Yggdrasil. Basically, in the confusion, they're thrown out into the sky, they get grabbed by Sibzen, and then they reboard Yggdrasil and try to leave. Because Id is just going insane, destroying Etranok. And we see the Solaris capital crash to the ground, and it is consumed in a massive detonation. It is gone. And in his blind rage, Id then pursues the party afterward and is confronted by Ellie, who jumps in Vierge and is trying to talk him down. And somehow, she's able to calm down Id enough for the real Faye to reawaken.
Yeah. If you haven't noticed by now, it should be clear that things are getting way more complicated as we continue to get new truths sown to us, right? Beforehand, we had a whole bunch of like ambiguous stuff being thrown at us, but now we're getting some of those answers, some of those conclusions, some of those revelations. And so now, now we're back in Shevat, and we're going to get more of that. So Seitan is explaining the truth about Faye's fractured psyche. He suffers from dissociative identities, including the destructive Id, who is responsible for the destruction of Elru, which is Dominia's homeland. It's the reason why he's known as the Demon of Elru. The injuries that were sustained by Ramses, and sinking the Yggdrasil and killing Rico's subordinates in Kislev. He's responsible for all of that. So at the end of the day, Faye Id being the same person, Faye is responsible for all this as well. Initially, Id was a dormant personality, but after the destruction of Lahan, he began to appear more and more frequently, especially whenever Groff was involved. And if you reflect back on some of the things we talked about, anytime weird red gear showed up, Groff was usually there, right? Which kind of leads into the speculation that Groff probably has some influence on Id's appearance. The reality is, Id used to work for Groff as an assassin before he was brought to Lahan. He destroyed Elru because Groff intentionally manipulated these manifestations of Id. The powerful destroyer personality is kind of how they refer to him. And he was using these to destroy God, even though he lacked adequate control. Like, that was Groff's ultimate goal, was to destroy God. And if that wasn't enough, there's actually another hidden, original personality that is referred to as the coward.
We learned of this third personality when we get a flashback between Citan and Id when he was trapped by the Gazil Ministry. Id calls Faye a tenant in the room of cowardice and claims that he wouldn't even exist if it hadn't been for the actions of Khan, who created him. From Id's point of view, Faye and the coward do not deserve to be Faye's existence. And if you recall, back in Blackmoon Forest, at the beginning of the game, Faye calls himself a coward. It's very evocative here that what appears to be Faye's original personality is now called the coward by Id. Why is that? Why is he a coward? What exactly is meant by this?
Right.
More interestingly, Id does not have full control of Faye, and expending energy eventually forces him to retreat and allow the Faye we've seen throughout the story to take the stage again. And this fact is more prevalent because Ellie makes Faye resistant to Id on a subconscious level. So Citan believes that if they could reintegrate Id and Faye back into the original, basically merge him back with the coward, their memories, their personalities, that it would restore Faye's mental state and resolve the problem of Id. However, he has no idea how to do that, stating that it would be best for Faye to live in a peaceful place where Id is not likely to manifest.
Yeah. Fearing that Faye would become Groff's second advent, though, Shevat's elders decide that the better option would be just to seal him away. Groff was the one responsible for the Day of Collapse by awakening Diabolos to destroy the world, and Id's power is way too similar to Groff's to be allowed to roam free. So despite protests, the elders are set in their course of action, citing Id's destructive past, a decision that even Jesse actually agrees with. And as such, the group is left with no other recourse but to freeze Faye in Carbonite. Yes, Carbonite. Listen,
Carbonite.
The influences on this game are not subtle, all right?
Most of them, anyway.
Right. Gundam, anyone? Anyway, with a little provocation, Ellie convinces Faye to make a run for it. She suggests they run away together to a peaceful place, and Faye eventually agrees, and the two of them escape, supported quietly by Citan and the others.
Thus, we begin the final chapter that leads to the conclusion of Disc 1.
We made it.
So, yeah, I'm sure you could see why this took us so long to get this episode out, with just how dense this all is and how long it's taken us to get through all of it. It's a massive undertaking, but it's really good that we're able to bring it to you and go through this story. I do have a few other thoughts for you, but to conclude things here, we cut to the Gazil Ministry discussing Cain and Huga's ridiculous setup.
Yeah.
Their hubris has reached heights it never has before, and they view Cain as deficient compared to them because he's flesh and blood still. So with the destruction of Etranok, they wonder if they should go ahead and use the key, but Krelian suggests that they hold off on using it as they don't know how it will affect the contact, Faye. Additionally, he upgrades Ramses' gear to an Omni gear and sends him in pursuit of Faye.
Right. So as we're getting ready to conclude Disc 1, what we get in the final moments, essentially, is that Ramses catches up with Veltalk relatively quickly, with Krelian's orders still kind of ringing in his ears to retrieve Ellie, bring her back. Faye turns to fight against the aptly renamed Omnigear Vendetta, but it's overwhelmed. Veltal's badly damaged and crashes into the ground, with Ramses flying off, satisfied that he finally beat Faye and clearly forgot the whole retrieve Ellie thing. And so the last scene that we get at the end of this disc is Ellie kind of limping away with Faye from the burning Veltal, and Faye is promising to save her in the process.
Yep, and that's how Disc 1 concludes, and it's probably the biggest reason why, when discussing development, I do not believe that just releasing Disc 1 was a good move. So, yeah, we are going to cover it soon, but yeah, this is as succinct as we could make it. There's still quite a few things we didn't cover. there's some stuff gameplay wise, but I think we've covered kind of the story extremely well, and that was our objective here for this part 2 of the retrospective. We had hoped to cover the whole story in this episode. We're not there yet, obviously, but that is Disc 1, and there really is kind of a natural separation between Disc 1 and 2. So thank you for your patience in as we go through this series. I'm greatly enjoying doing this, and we hope you continue to stick with us here and for the next part.
Yeah, it's been a real doozy, to say the least. We've learned a lot about this process. Don't think we'll run into any of this problem again with future games, but nothing's ever been quite as dense as Xenogears, so that might just be a natural state of affairs. So again, we kind of apologize for the delay in getting it out, but we do appreciate your patience. Please know that even now we're still working hard to get this wrapped up all for you, so that you're not left hanging for like 6 months. But we'll get to it. We haven't stopped working on it even at this point. So
yeah, and what we want to do, just and some concluding thoughts here. So Disc 1 is something to cover basically in kind of a blow by blow manner, and it's because that's how it's presented. The gameplay works that way. Everything is sort of like, okay, here are events that occur. Disc 2, you may have heard the term exposition chair from us or someone else. It's completely different in the way it's played, and so it's not quite as compact and intense. There are a lot of nuances to things that happen on Disc 1, and Disc 2 is much less nuanced. Right. It's much more lore-based, and so what we want to do is cover Disc 2 and start to really dig into some of the lore of this, because we haven't really been able to do, like, even now I'm just like, oh, but let's talk about the lore implications of this and that. And that, but we're not going to belabor this too much longer. So this is Disc 1, and what we want to do is present Disc 2 and some thoughts on the game itself, how it plays, as well as things on the cutting room floor, as well as kind of our opinions and impressions and a few other cool tidbits for you, to kind of make this more of a retrospective than an overview, because this is the overview of kind of the major portion of Xenogears. But yeah, we're going to conclude things here for now, and yeah, this has been Disc 1 of Xenogears, the main arc being concluded, and now the question is, what are we going to do with this world in this kind of post-apocalyptic state? What's going to happen next, and what does it mean for the larger universe that we've kind of touched on in part 1?
Right.
So stick with us.
Yep.
More to come.
Find out next time on Chillnanigans. I don't know. Yeah, well, part 3, yes. TBD. I don't have an exact date, obviously, but we're going to keep working on it, get it out to you. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you have an awesome day. If you have any thoughts you want to add to the conversation, by all means, drop them in the comments below. We'll engage with them as best we can. And we'll see you all in the next episode.
See you next time.
Bye-bye. Diddly diddly do 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 do. Thanks for watching.